Now it's time to wake up. Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
And a good Friday morning to you, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas, Johnny the K. Final day of vacation for him. He will be back on Monday, as will Connor Thomas, who is out in Sarasota enjoying himself. So me, Sean Rodman, hanging out here with you all day until 10 o'clock when we hand things over to Middays with Marks. And when we return on Monday, a lot of things are going to be going down. Man, it was already a busy day in the NFL yesterday, which we will react to throughout the course of the show. But Monday at 12 o'clock will be the legal tampering period. So stupid. But the NFL knows what they're doing because we're going to be locked in no matter what. So Monday, 12 o'clock, legal tampering begins. March 11th is when the actual new league year begins in the afternoon. So deals will be finalized when you're listening to Unfiltered on Wednesday. Monday is going to be ridiculous. Being a former midday host, I know what the speed of that show is like because legal tampering begins at 12, but the reports start coming out beforehand because none of it is being followed. They don't give a damn. The NFL is investigated like twice, one of them being Kirk Cousins, one of them being the Eagles, and Kirk Cousins, they actually found something because Kirk Cousins was an idiot and at the podium talked about how he was talking to the training staff beforehand. So that's really the only time somebody's really gotten pinched of note when it comes to the tampering period in the NFL. Just get rid of it altogether. It's stupid. But for us radio hosts, I'm not going to lie, it's something for us to get geared up for, especially Monday, Tuesday, and then getting excited for the deals being finalized on Wednesday because Monday, I'll go back to the Saquon Barkley days. Monday, when they were in the running to sign Saquon Barkley, I mean, that was a freaking party. I still remember being on the air. Diana Rossini drops the bomb at 12 o'clock that it's between the Eagles and the Texans. Wow, it's amazing that it was already down between two teams that quickly into legal tampering. And it was just Saquon watch. And then before you know it, later on that day, they said that there's an agreement. We didn't know the terms. Then the terms come out Wednesday. And then we react to the terms. We're going, wow, that's a lot of money for a running back. And, man, did that work out for the Philadelphia Eagles who won the Super Bowl that year. So Monday, March 9th, legal tampering will begin. So today is a day where we are going to get on the record collectively. I will get on the record. Sean Rodman will get on the record. You on YouTube, you listening, somebody that likes to text in, call in. We're all going to get on the record today of what you want the Eagles to do when they are hitting the market. So let's all get this out of the way. Yes, I will update you on what went down in the NFL yesterday and what that could mean for A.J. Brown moving forward. But we are going to do this topic the way that it is actually factually happening right now. A.J. Brown is an Eagle. All right? So we are not going to do the whole, well, here's what I will do. I would trade A.J., and then I would sign this guy, and then I would do that, and then I would draft this guy. No. A.J. Brown is an Eagle as of March 6th of 2026. So A.J. Brown is an Eagle in this conversation. Everybody happy? We all good? We don't have to do the A.J. Brown speculation talk today. We are going to discuss the players that are indeed hitting the free agency market that played for the Philadelphia Eagles. And, of course, there's four names of note. There are other players. Jahan Dotson is a free agent, but I don't know how much time we're going to spend on Jahan Dotson. Respectfully, Super Bowl champion Jahan Dotson. But Dallas Goedert is one of the big names. Nakobe Dean is one of the big names. Reed Blankenship is a name. And Jaelan Phillips is one of the big names. These are all guys that have played roles for the Philadelphia Eagles at different points, maybe different lengths of time, because Jaelan Phillips they just acquired at the trade deadline last year. And there's been speculation about the futures of Reed Blankenship for a while now. And Dallas Goedert last year, it didn't look like he was going to come back, but then the market wasn't out there for him via trade, so he's back. So let's talk about those four players. Now, here's the deal. If you say you are not re-signing one of those four players, or if we are all in agreement that Nakobe Dean is as good as gone, because that's what everybody is saying at this point, Is there a follow-up move for you that you would replace one of those players? So we'll start with some of the audio that Jeff McClain in his incredible podcast, Uncovering the Birds. Check it out. Subscribe to it. It's awesome. It's through the Inquirer. Jeff McClain will first start off with a player that we've probably talked about the most in terms of a player hitting the free agent market, and that's Dallas Goedert. Here's Jeff McClain talking about what the market might be for Dallas Goedert.
I think Dallas is right in that area with like your Cade Ottens, your David Njoku's. Like David Njoku is probably a good example of like a guy who, highly drafted, highly productive, a little older. I think both those guys are probably right around 10 million, maybe a little bit more. We'll see. It's interesting too, though, because like there's that part of it where can you mitigate some of the cap damage by signing Dallas Goedert back? Like, is that a factor for the Eagles?
Sorry, that was Albert Breer, who was a guest with Jeff McClain. You'll hear Jeff on some of the other players. But Albert Breer was a guest of Jeff McClain's, and that was him talking about Dallas Goedert. So they're talking about like a $10 million range, right? Like, that's a must to me. If the Eagles are going to be able to get Dallas Goedert for around $10 million a year, I don't even hesitate. Like, that's an easy bring him back. Albert Breer's a hell of a lot more connected than I am, obviously. But if Dallas Goedert's only going to get around $10 million a year, that's not even a second thought for me. I am re-signing him, two years, $20 million? Go for it. Also, you're going to have to work out certain things, guaranteed money and all that kind of stuff. But to me, he is such an important part of this offense. And up until last year, he's really been underutilized. The one thing I could say positively about Kevin Patullo, literally the one thing, because I think everything else about him sucked as a coach, and also the leaks and all the talking anonymously to people. The one positive thing I could say about Kevin Patullo is that Dallas Goedert, they finally figured out a way to use him in the red zone. With all the touchdowns that he scored last year, they finally found a way to use Dallas Goedert. It's amazing that it took so long in his career for an offensive coordinator to figure that out. But if you're telling me a $10 million range for Dallas Goedert, sign me up. Not even a second thought. Now, Breer brought up David Njoku. If Dallas Goedert, for the sake of the conversation, were to get more money, right? This is as of this week. Next week, it's going to go crazy. Maybe Dallas Goedert gets more money elsewhere. I would take David Njoku. We've talked about the open market a couple of times. Cade Otten is a free agent. David Njoku is a free agent. And, just last week, John was like, well, what do you like about David Njoku? I like him a lot. Look at what he was able to do with the Cleveland Browns. And I think if he's not with the Cleveland Browns, he's even better. 29 years old. He's going to turn 30. But he can do both. He can catch. He can be a blocker, right? And that's something that Dallas Goedert does well. So if you lose Dallas Goedert, to me, David Njoku, yes, sign me up. It's another really good player. And then the next move after that is you still have to draft a tight end. Even if Dallas Goedert does come back, you still have to draft a tight end. And it's not going to be some weird, why would you do that if Goddard's back? When Ertz was here, Dallas Goedert played a few years with Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz played a few years with Brent Selleck. The Philadelphia Eagles love 12 personnel, which is when you have two tight ends on the field. And if you have two tight ends on the field, you probably want a second guy that can block. So you don't want Grant Calcaterra, who can't block. So whether you bring Dallas Goedert back or not, I still want to get a veteran tight end that can be effective immediately and also still draft a tight end with one of your day one or day two picks. So that's my take on the tight end position. I want Goedert back. If they don't get him back, I still want a veteran tight end and to still draft somebody. Tight end is a very important position for the Philadelphia Eagles. They've shown that for you over 20 years. Now, Nakobe Dean, everybody's saying is as good as gone. I don't know if we're going to spend that much time on Nakobe Dean today, but I did see someone saying yesterday that they would rather have Nakobe Dean back than a guy like Jaelan Phillips. You have his replacement. And oh, by the way, respectfully to Nakobe Dean, because I like him a lot. I like him as a person. The things he does around the community, he's fantastic. And I really like him as a player. But he gets hurt far too often. The Eagles won the Super Bowl without him, right? He got injured in that Packers playoff game. And shout out to Oren Burks, who stepped up and did enough things for one of the better defenses in playoff history to win a Super Bowl. And so, do I believe this defense goes as Nakobe Dean goes? I don't. Am I aware that the defense definitely played better when he made his return from injury last year? I do. That's also when they got Jaelan Phillips in the mix and other guys returned from injury. But Nakobe Dean, yeah, he was better than Jahad Campbell last year, as expected. Nakobe Dean was already a talented NFL player. Jahad Campbell was a rookie coming off of an injury, which is why he fell in the draft. But when he was on the field, he played well. It's not like Jahad Campbell was horrible and Nakobe Dean, we were blessed that Nakobe Dean came back. Nakobe Dean came back, and remember, Jahad Campbell was still starting. Dean was kind of getting worked back in, and he was so good that you couldn't take him off the field. Jahad Campbell's got a long career ahead of him. So does Nakobe Dean. I just don't think it's here anymore. So to me, Nakobe Dean, thank you. I'm out. Not even thinking about it. Now, Jeff McClain in the podcast Uncovering the Birds with Albert Breer, but this was Jeff McClain. Here he is talking about Reed Blankenship.
And the other guy is safety Reed Blankenship. I know they like him. He's a captain. Wears a lot of hats on that defense, and Vic Fangio loves him, but that's just not a position the Eagles are going to pay. And they have to, there's going to be some tough choices they're going to have to make. And if he's getting $10 million a year, which is possible with the cap exploding, I don't expect him to be back as well.
Like, I put him behind guys like Brian Cook, Kobe Bryant, Cam Curl, Nick Cross. There are some good safeties in the market. So, I think Reed Blankenship would be right there in the second tier behind those guys.
I'm not paying Reed Blankenship $10 million. Now, I'm biased. I've been honest with my evaluation of Reed Blankenship. I think he benefits from having a good partner next to him in the backfield. Unfortunately, the only time he's had that good partner was the 2 stints of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Other than that, it did not work in 2023 when it was him and Sidney Brown, and then they had a damn carousel of safeties back there because Sidney Brown sucked. It was not good with Reed Blankenship being like the safety. And then last year, he was okay. And I don't know who Drew Makuba is. Now, here's the deal. That's a concern, right? Do you want to go into a season with Drew Makuba, the unknown of what Drew Makuba is, and then having to find another new safety to figure out Vic Fangio's system, which a lot of people, and you hear Jeff McClain talk about it, safeties in the Vic Fangio system are very important. They have to wear a lot of hats. They have to know a lot of information and how to run said defense. That's kind of the reason why Chauncey Gardner-Johnson fell out of grace with the Eagles. There was obviously some off-the-field stuff, during the Super Bowl parade. John's talked about it. He was going to get paid a decent amount of money, and so it was kind of a cap casualty. But also that there were times where Chauncey Gardner-Johnson went rogue against Vic Fangio's system. It still worked. They won the damn Super Bowl. But Reed Blankenship, to me, is a limited player. I don't think he's a good coverage safety at all. We see him get exposed when he's trying to line up with a tight end or a wide receiver in the slot, or if he's tracking a running back. I don't think he's that good when it comes to coverage. When he is the second safety where it's like just be the ball hawk and go hit somebody, he's pretty damn good at it. He is. I don't take that away from him. But $10 million for a specific role as a safety, I'm out. So if Reed Blankenship's getting $10 million or above, I'm out. Not even thinking about it. DeCecco yesterday saw some stuff. I don't know if it was through Spot Track or one of the cap websites. There was a projected number of 7 per year for Reed Blankenship. I would consider it. But if we're getting a 10, I'm out. And then you're going to explore the market for somebody else that could be that lead safety, or you're making a trade for a guy that's on the second, on the end of their rookie contract. But I am not drafting another safety and going into a year with Drew Makuba, the unknown, and an unknown of a rookie safety. Lastly, they talked about Jaelan Phillips. This was more Albert Breer talking about the market for Phillips.
I think with Phillips, you're probably talking somewhere in the $20 to $25 million per range. And, I think this is obvious. So much of this is going to come down to your comfort level with his injuries, and how comfortable are you that he's going to hold up physically? I don't know that there's much of a question about what he can do when he is healthy. And so, like you said, it's a premium position, and great players at that position don't become available all that often. So in almost all cases, you have to compromise something to get one. And in Phillips' case, it would be the injury history.
And look, I know we joke around about how much I love Jaelan Phillips, but I do think he's a really talented player. And I don't get caught up in the number of sacks as much as John does. I see what everything else that Jaelan Phillips does on the field. However, depending on the price tag, I get what John's saying. If he was one of these players that was projected to get 35 to 40, if not more than $40 million, yeah, no. My $40 million edge rusher needs to be a walking double-digit sack guy. Like you saw with Danielle Hunter yesterday with the Texans. He got paid a lot of money. That guy's been a double-digit sack guy for like the last 5 or 6 seasons. Jaelan Phillips has not been that. The biggest thing is the injuries. Rookie year played 17 games. Second year played 17 games. Then he plays 8 and 23, 4 and 24. But last year he played a full season, 17 games, 9 with the Dolphins, 8 with the Eagles. The only week he was off was the Week 18 game where they took off. Because remember, he missed his bye when he was traded from Miami, because the bye happened after the trade deadline, and the bye happened previously of the trade deadline for the Eagles. So he played a full season, and I thought he was impactful. $20 million? I'm strongly considering that. Here's the reason why. What else are you going to do? If you don't re-sign Jaelan Phillips, and that might be, in terms of bargaining, not a good thing for the Eagles. If you don't bring back Jaelan Phillips, you're going into another year of Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. Jalix Hunt, God bless him, man. He took a major step in a direction that I did not think would happen immediately. I was worried when the Eagles were saying it was going to be Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt starting on the edges week 1. And it was almost like these are their jobs. Gifted. We're not even going to have a competition. Jalix Hunt had a hell of a season last year. I'm not always right about my evaluations. So, good for Jalix Hunt. Nolan Smith, however, another year of injury. We're talking about Nakobe Dean, who can't necessarily stay healthy. I don't know about Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith's name also popped up on a report that he could be on the move. We'll get into that later. But going into another year of Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, where what did we say all season before the trade deadline? Not all of us. Some of us. I was edge rusher first. A lot of people wanted them to address the second cornerback spot. I had been saying consistently since OTAs and training camp and throughout the season that I needed the Eagles to acquire an edge rusher before the NFL trade deadline. I got what I wanted. Here's another key factor. You traded a third-round pick for him. Are you really trading a third-round pick for a rental? So if we're talking around the $20 to $25 million range for Jaelan Phillips, sign me up. So this is what we're doing today. The roster is what the roster is as of March 6th. So don't give me the whole, well, if they trade A.J. Brown, I want them to do this. No, we're talking about those 4 players. Get on the record. What do you do with Goedert? What do you do with Dean? What do you do with Blankenship? What do you do with Phillips? And if you talk about one of those guys not coming back, what's your next move? Nakobe Dean's the easiest one. If you don't bring back Nakobe Dean, you have his replacement. So we can almost end that conversation. But I heard somebody yesterday saying they'd rather have Dean than some of the other players. But if Dean's out, that one's easy. You have his replacement. You could text in. You could call in 610-632-0975. It's a Get on the Record Friday because Monday is when everything goes nuts. And I'm looking forward to starting that show at 6 o'clock Monday morning with both John and Connor. Now, we also have a deadline today. Monday is a new, right? Monday is legal tampering. Wednesday is new league year. Today is the NHL trade deadline, 3 o'clock Eastern. So you'll hear maybe they do the final horn at 3 o'clock, the goal horn on Unfiltered. Trade deadline today in the NHL. The Flyers have to realize something. And I think they do. I think ownership and management does. And Sanfilippo kind of told us that yesterday. Sometimes the smart move is doing what we might not really want to do, and that's to sell. I get it. I'm tired of it too. You want the rebuild to show that they are taking that next step. And we did see it early on in the season. And then Vladar gets hurt. And then they kind of fall apart. And then they win They win 3 straight games. And then yesterday they have a couple of injuries. And everybody's holding their breath. Am I going to be on this team tomorrow or not? So the Flyers lose to the Mammoth yesterday 3-0. I sit down, lock in, first period, me and my son before bedtime. And we're watching the game. And he's becoming a great Philadelphia fan. He's saying the Mammoth, they stink like poop. And then I asked him what other teams stink like poop, and he told me the Cowboys, the Mets, and the Braves. I'm very proud of my son for this analysis. Pretty much the same level of analysis that you get from me on this show every single day. But the right move is to basically say, we're not making the playoffs. We have to admit that, and we have to sell. Don't lie to yourselves, Flyers. Please don't do that to yourselves. I know it's a bad message to some of the players. It might be a bad message to the coach, but they got to understand there's a bigger picture. So Flyers trade deadline today at 3 o'clock. We'll talk about it. We'll read every report. I know Ristolainen's name popped up a lot yesterday. The market for him popped up a lot yesterday. We'll keep you up to date on any rumors surrounding the Flyers and what trades they may make. Again, 3 o'clock trade deadline. You'll hear that with Unfiltered and Middays with Marks. I know Johnny Marks is ready to break down 4 hours of NHL trade deadline talk. You just wait till 10 o'clock. Coming up next, there was a big move in the NFL yesterday by a team that needed a specific position improved, and it is a team that may turn the heat on others. Probably guess where I'm going at with this. We'll let you know everything that happened yesterday in the NFL. You can text in to get on the record, 610-632-0975. YouTube, I'll check some of your comments during the break. Appreciate you all joining us today on this, let's call it a Football Friday. Why not? Kincade Salciunas, Johnny on vacation, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The NHL trade deadline is today. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers lost its final game before the deadline last night against the Utah Mammoth, 3-0 at home. On Patterson's Anthony Sanfilippo joined us yesterday morning on who could be traded before today's deadline.
I don't think anybody is as good as gone. I think there are two guys who, in my mind, are the most possible. Both are 50-50 or even slightly less than 50-50, and that's Rasmus Ristolainen and Bobby Brink.
Former Flyer and NBC Sports Philadelphia's Brian Boucher joins us at 8:05 on today's 3 p.m. trade deadline. Flyers and Sixers are both off today and back in action tomorrow night. And the NFL legal tampering period opens Monday at noon. The Eagles' key free agents include Jaelan Phillips, Dallas Goedert, Reed Blankenship, and Nakobe Dean. In NFL news, the Bears are reportedly trading DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills for a second and fifth round pick. We'll see how that compensation could impact a potential A.J. Brown trade as well. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
and the Fanatic app.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
All right, 6:28 on this Friday morning. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, the Fanatic, Giant of the K on vacation. Monday, legal tampering begins at 12 o'clock, so we are getting on the record today. I'll remind you over the course of the show my stance on it. Dallas Goedert, Albert Breer talked about around $10 million. If it's $10 million a year, sign me up. Not even a second thought, but I'm still drafting a tight end on day one or day two. And again, we're doing this conversation with A.J. Brown on the Eagles roster. So we're not doing some make-believe, well, they have the Eagles first-round pick. They may also have a second first-round pick. No, we're just basing this off of the roster on March 6th. And A.J. Brown's on the roster. The free agents that are of note that we will talk about the most today, Dallas Goedert, Nakobe Dean, Jaelan Phillips, Reed Blankenship. Dallas Goedert, around $10 million a year, sign me up. Nakobe Dean, thanks, man. Talk to you later. Reed Blankenship, if he's getting around 10, which I heard Jeff McClain say in his podcast, bye-bye. I am out. If it's lower, if we're talking 7, I'd consider it. And I'm a guy that's very critical of Reed Blankenship. And then lastly, the big one is Jaelan Phillips, $20 to $25 million a year, according to Albert Breer. And who knows what that market might end up being like. I saw a comment on our YouTube chat. Sorry, I forget who said it. Basically said, if you're going to pay $20+ million to Jaelan Phillips, why not just go after Max Crosby? Well, you have to trade picks. That's the. I get what you're saying, because Max Crosby was getting, $29 a year? But if you want Jaelan Phillips back, you just have to pay him. If you want Max Crosby, I mean, there's talks of 2 1s being traded for Max Crosby. And look, Max Crosby is better than Jaelan Phillips. All right, we all agree? In terms of impact player, Max Crosby, greater than Jaelan Phillips. What's more important to you? Just paying money or paying more money and getting rid of maybe 2 first-round picks to get the player? All right, we'll get to our text line coming up here in a little bit at 610-632-0975. We want you to get on the record today. We'll also check our Twitter poll here momentarily. But there was a move in the NFL yesterday that is noteworthy for the Philadelphia Eagles, even though we are not doing the A.J. Brown show today, but just something to pay attention to. DJ Moore got traded yesterday to the Buffalo Bills. This means a lot of things because, A, you saw what the Bears were able to get for DJ Moore. The Bears were able to get a second-round pick for DJ Moore. I like DJ Moore. I'm a DJ Moore fan. I think DJ Moore has been on some very strange teams over the years. He was with the Panthers when they had the Bryce Young experience before it got good. Right? Last year it was better for Bryce Young. All of a sudden he changed his career around. But there were some weird years in Carolina for DJ Moore, and yet he was still pretty damn productive. And then in the Bears, he was pretty productive with a bunch of different quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, obviously, the last 2 seasons. And the production went down a lot last year with Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson kind of got a lot of the receivers involved because, he's a creative offensive mind. That must be nice to have. And they also ran the ball a lot. So DJ Moore's numbers went down. Kind of sounds like A.J. Brown in Philadelphia. So DJ Moore goes to Buffalo for a second-round pick. Why are there levels to this conversation? Well, second-round pick. A.J. Brown is better than DJ Moore. Just like we talked about Max Crosby being better than Jaelan Phillips, A.J. Brown is better than DJ Moore, does more. A.J. Brown, if we're talking about DJ Moore getting a second-round pick, is a lock to get a first-round pick, in my opinion. If DJ Moore is getting you a second-round pick, A.J. Brown is getting you a first. The other added level to this conversation is that the Bills are the team that acquired DJ Moore. The Bills are one of those teams that we've said, I wonder if they would be in on A.J. Brown. We have since found out, according to multiple reporters, that the Bills did indeed call the Eagles about A.J. Brown. They did not want to pay what Howie was asking. They got DJ Moore for a little bit less, a second-round pick. Still pretty high capital for a guy that I don't think is as good as A.J. Brown. What makes this also important to note is that Baltimore is in need of a wide receiver in the AFC and will be competing with the Buffalo Bills in terms of seeding. The Denver Broncos, potentially in need of a wide receiver, they are competing with the Buffalo Bills in the AFC. And maybe even more important to note, the New England Patriots, the team that has been talked about the most because of AJ's love for the organization, AJ's love for the head coach and Mike Vrabel. The team was just in the Super Bowl and had no offensive firepower to go up against that Seahawks defense. They let their number one wide receiver walk. They just released him because they didn't want to pay him the $6 million. So all signs point to the New England Patriots needing a wide receiver. We're not saying A.J. Brown to the Patriots. They need one. And the fact that the Bills may have turned the heat up on them a little bit because they are in the same division. A lot of people saying the Bills were a wide receiver away. The Patriots were in the Super Bowl and need a wide receiver. And if you're the Patriots, do you not want to try to improve off of what you were just able to do? You're still not paying Drake May all this crazy money. You need a wide receiver. And there's just too many signs that point that makes sense. So that's sort of the big update in the NFL yesterday, that there were moves being made yesterday, and that move specifically may turn the heat up for some other teams in the AFC. All right, Sean, what do we got on the text line? You can text in 610-632-0975. We are basing this off of A.J. Brown being on the roster because he is. March 6, 2026, A.J. Brown is the Philadelphia Eagles. The four free agent players that we mentioned, Goedert, Dean, Blankenship, Phillips. You want to answer all four? You want to just answer one? Go for it. What are people saying this morning, Sean?
One person checking in saying, I want Reed Blankenship back. He's a locker room leader, and these guys with this young defense need another leader.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was a captain, and he was a part of that leadership council, right? That I still remember when Darius Slay said, if I do leave, Reed Blankenship's ready to take over that spot, and that's kind of what caused that weird rift between Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Darius Slay online. It was just weird, like acting like children. It's unbelievable. So yeah, Reed Blankenship is a leader, and he's become a veteran, right? Like Jordan Davis, he's the longest tenured Eagle on defense, which is wow. And then Reed Blankenship, I'm pretty sure, is the second longest tenured, right? Like I'm pretty sure that's the second longest tenured defensive player for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I get what the texter's saying. I'm not paying extra money for leadership because I do think he has a limit of what he can do on the field. So I'm not all of a sudden going to pay a player that, and a position that the Eagles don't typically pay. I'm not paying a position that the team typically doesn't pay for a guy that I think has limitations. $10 million just because of his leadership. I'm not going to do that, but I appreciate the texter's input. What else we got?
All right, next up we have another texter saying, Jaelan Phillips in that 20 to 25 million range is too much for me. He gets injured too much, and we didn't see the production after the first couple of games here in Philadelphia.
Who, Jaelan Phillips?
Jaelan Phillips.
Again, it depends on what you're looking for. I mentioned Donnell Hunter, who is a stud. Got a 1-year, $40 million deal yesterday to stay with the Texans. Hunter had 15 sacks last year, 12 the year before that, 16.5 the year before that, 10.5 the year before that, 6 in only 7 games with the Vikings in 2021, 14.5 in 2019. He was injured in 2020, 14.5 in 2018. This guy has had double-digit sacks in 6 out of the last 7 seasons that he's played in. And the one season he didn't do it was because he only played 7 games. So that guy got $40 million. You're not paying Jaelan Phillips $40 million. You're paying him because of the production that he does and also the injury risk. So that's why it's 20 to 25 million. So do we have our Twitter poll up?
I think it's still being put up at the moment. It's not up yet.
All right. Well, it's going to be put up soon, thanks to our friend Avidan Appel, Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. That poll stays strong all 4 hours here on Kincade and Salciunas. It also stays strong all 4 hours on Unfiltered with Ricky Bowe and Bill Colarulo. And the reason why I bring that up is because yesterday they ran a Twitter poll with the 4 names that we're talking about today. Dallas Goedert, Jaelan Phillips, Reed Blankenship, Nakobe Dean. And they asked the question just very simply without any money talk, without any replacement talk. If you could only keep one Eagles free agent, who would it be? 45% of the people voted Jaelan Phillips on this unfiltered poll yesterday. 23% said Nakobe Dean. It's not happening. And then 16% both said Dallas Goedert and Reed Blankenship. So I thought we were going to do the exact same poll until I saw what they did yesterday. I was like, all right, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is talk specifically about Jaelan Phillips and the money. Because when you see that poll and it's just who do you want back most, you might see the name and say, I want that player because I think that player is the best of the group. But every time you start talking about money, hey, forget football for a second. Have you ever had a comfortable conversation about money? Whether it's you sitting down asking for a raise with your boss, whether it's you talking with your spouse about finances and what you guys are both spending on that you probably shouldn't be spending on. Whenever it gets down to money, people get wishy-washy. Everybody wants to hold on to their money tight. And so when Jaelan Phillips comes in as 45% of the vote, I wonder how many people say yes or no when we find out from Albert Breer that it's 20 to 25 million. So we good? We up and running?
Yes, we are.
Right, thank you, Dr. Avidan Appel.
We just need to take the pill. We were a little slow there. That's all. So the question is today, Albert Breer believes Jaelan Phillips could sign a contract worth around 20 to 25 million per year. Who do you want to sign, or do you want to sign him for that value? Yes is at 60%, and no is at 40% so far.
Now, that's funny. I updated it. I have the exact opposite now. I have 60% no, 40% yes. And this is gonna be one of these polls where we go all over the place. But I know once we start talking value, everybody's mindset changes a little bit. I'm not shocked by that texter saying, oh, well, his production dropped. It didn't. It actually didn't. He did not perform great in the playoff game. Not many people did on that defense. But he played very well over the course of the season after he got here with the Eagles. But people look at that sack number and they go, it's not good. Do we know at this point what Vic Fangio's defense does? It's about the interior pressure. The guys on the outside need to set the edge. Why did Bryce Huff not play? It wasn't because he wasn't getting to the quarterback. Vic Fangio saw that he could not set the edge, could not stop runs. And so that's why he took him off the field. There's going to be a lot of people upset when Jaelan Phillips gets paid, I imagine, by the Philadelphia Eagles because they're going to look at sack numbers. But you're not paying him $40 million like the Texans did with Danielle Hunter yesterday, who had 15 sacks last year and has had double-digit sacks 6 out of the last 7 seasons. You can continue to climb in on this conversation, 610-632-0975. Get on the record today. Goedert, Dean, Blankenship, Phillips. You want to talk about all 4? You want to talk about 1? We talked about the projected value. Dallas Goedert, $10 million. Sign me up. Jaelan Phillips, 20 to 25. I know a lot of you get uncomfortable when you hear that kind of money for a guy that's not a double-digit sack guy. You can answer those questions, 610-632-0975. Flyers trade deadline today at 3 o'clock. You want to see them buy? You can tell us why. I just hope they don't do it. I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's something that they need to do. Continue to rebuild this team. All right, coming up next. Are you cool like me and planning on doing nothing on your Friday night and turning something on at 8 o'clock? It's Kincade and Salciunas, Johnny out, 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, we'll get back to our text line momentarily about the Eagles. The 4 players of note, Goedert, Dean, Blankenship, Phillips, all entering free agency. Legal tampering begins Monday at 12. New league year opens up Wednesday afternoon. And so we're getting on the record who you want back, who you don't want back. I'm really intrigued by that unfiltered poll yesterday that is also brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel, that the second most votes went to Nakobe Dean. I know that people like him a lot. You have the guy waiting for him. Like, to me, that's the easiest one. It might be the hardest one in terms of likability, but you have his replacement. And it's not like Jahad Campbell was bad and then you desperately needed Nakobe Dean to play when he came back. It was Nakobe Dean was just better. And, okay, a guy that had been in the league for a couple of years was better than the rookie that was learning a whole new complex scheme in Vic Fangio. I expect Jahad Campbell to take another step forward in his second season. And, oh, by the way, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, it was Zach Bond and Oren Burks. Like, I know we like him. He's a lovable figure. And seeing Jordan Davis cry after the Eagles lost to the 49ers because he was asked about Nakobe Dean, and I think the writing's on the wall. I get it. But I would have put him last out of the 4 players that you'd want him back. That's just me. We'll get back to our text line on that, 610-632-0975. And I saw in our YouTube chat that I got to do my research. JM told me I got to do my research because DJ Moore wasn't on the block. He was sought after. What does that have to do with anything? DJ Moore, that player, was sent for a second round pick. Got DJ Moore. Let's look at it much more simplistic. DJ Moore, that level of talent, was able to get a second round pick. AJ Brown, who is better than DJ Moore, could get a first round pick. I think it's pretty easy. Now, maybe to your point, A.J. Brown's market could go down because teams realize that he wants out, whereas DJ Moore was not putting up some sort of fuss. So I get your point there. But good players are good players, and A.J. Brown's a better player than DJ Moore. And Howie Roseman's made it very clear that they're not going to trade him for anything less. And I think that's a good move by Howie Roseman. And if no team wants to pony up the first-round pick, welcome back, A.J. I'm all for it. All right. Tonight, 8 o'clock. Sean Rodman, what are you doing on a Friday night at 8 o'clock? You have a girlfriend, but you're not married. You don't have a kid. Your life's a little bit more free. You're less free than Connor Thomas because Connor Thomas just goes with the flow of the wind. So what's a Friday night for Sean Rodman?
Well, this Friday I got to clean up a little bit because having some people over tomorrow. But
thanks for the invite.
For the World Baseball Classic tonight at 8 o'clock, it's going to be on the TV.
All right, so you are locked in. All right, 8 o'clock tonight, the World Baseball Classic begins for Team USA. We have had some games already. My friends of Czechia, man, they're 0-2. The plumbers and the electricians, they did play well against Australia until they lost 5-1. But Team USA begins the World Baseball Classic for their schedule tonight against Brazil. 8 o'clock, that Logan Webb on the mound tonight. It's going to be on Fox, not an FS1, not an FS2. It's going to be on Fox. It's a nationally televised game, 8 o'clock tonight. I have a child, so my days of going out are few and far between. So I will be locked in. Coop's bedtime's around 8:30. Sometimes we push it on a weekend. So at least for the first couple innings, I'm locking in, and I'm watching Team USA, USA, USA. The interest for me is not just country pride. It's I get to watch an all-star team play baseball together. Like, the projected USA lineup is freaking ridiculous. Team USA's lineup is dumb. Why wouldn't you want to watch that? Now, again, if you're not a huge baseball fan, then I get it. Then you're going to go out and have fun, and maybe you're cool and still have a life. Like, I don't know. But the projected star lineup is Bobby Witt Jr., Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber, Cal Raleigh, Roman Anthony, Alex Bregman, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Bryce Terang. Like, that's your projected lineup. By the way, Byron Buxton's coming off the bench. Like, it is literally an all-star team. If they got rid of NL versus AL and they're doing the nonsense that the NBA has been doing where they're just, like, picking whatever the hell they want to do on a given year, that's an all-star team right there. I want to watch just because of the pure dominance of what that team can be. And then as the tournament progresses, when the games are going to get tighter because you're going to play some better teams, I'm all for it. Like tonight, 8 o'clock, you will find me on my couch, putting on the TV and watching baseball and making Coop sit through it while he constantly asks me to put on like Paw Patrol. And then I say, no, we'll watch this game, but you want a snack, buddy? And then he gets a snack. And then we lock in. That's what we did to Flyers last night. He did not really want to watch the Flyers last night. He watched the Flyers, and he watched the Mammoth beat them, which was unfortunate. So are you locked in tonight, 8 o'clock, for the World Baseball Classic? And if not, just why? Like, why don't you? Is it just because you don't care? That's fine. Like John's kind of like that. He doesn't care. He also worries about the injuries, and he thinks it's a bad decision for major league players to go to the World Baseball Classic because they can get hurt. And I get it. It's a fair fear, especially when like half of the Phillies roster's in it. Especially when like the majority of the rotation is in it. Christopher Sanchez, Aaron Nola, a lot of guys, Taijuan Walker, that are pitching in the World Baseball Classic. So I understand the fears of it. But I just like good sport, and I know that this baseball team is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm intrigued by it, but I also love baseball, so I might be over the top. But I'm curious, how many people will start tonight? We talked about it a week or two ago after Team USA won gold, both men's and women's in hockey, both taking down Canada. Damn right. We asked the question of whether or not that experience would carry over into the World Baseball Classic. And I know a lot of people said, no, not at the beginning, but maybe toward the end if they make it. They're going to make it. There's no way Team USA is losing in the initial pool play. All right, they're too good of a baseball team. So I'm in. Curious. You could chime in on that as well at 610-632-0975. Are you going to be locked in tonight? D Flyers chimes in. Chunas puts his son in a ball pit whenever he wants time to himself. You're not far off, man. Tomorrow night, my wife is going out. Coop might be in bed earlier. You know, we got to rest for a big day Sunday. Just saying, we might skip nap time. So it's going to be a long day, but it'll be a payoff at the end. All right, coming up next. We will tell you how you can win a spot and knockout on the court after the Sixers-Bulls game. We've been giving away a pair of tickets in the spot and knockout every day this week. It continues today. And last year, before the season started for the Eagles, I said on this show that they would win the NFC East with ease. I thought that the streak of no back-to-back NFC East winners would end. I felt very comfortable with that. And it played out that way. Will we have the same confidence this year? That and the latest rumor around the NFC East. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Who will go and who will stay for the Birds? I'm Sean Rodman. The NFL legal tampering period opens up Monday at noon for free agents. The Eagles' key free agents are Jaelan Phillips, Dallas Goedert, Nakobe Dean, and Reed Blankenship. NBC Sports Philadelphia's Barrett Brooks joined Unfiltered yesterday, and he told the guys if he thinks Dallas Goedert is back.
Well, I think that he is going to be gone. And, simply because he outplayed his contract. He gave us a discount last year. They reworked his deal. He played for $10 million. I think he's going to get what he wants, going into this year.
The Flyers lost to the Utah Mammoth last night, 3-0. It was the team's final game before the trade deadline at 3 p.m. today. Former Flyer and NBC Sports Philadelphia, Brian Boucher, joins us at 8:05 on today's deadline. In NFL news, DJ Moore was traded to the Buffalo Bills for a 2nd and 5th round pick. We'll see how that impacts any A.J. Brown potential deal. And this update is brought to you by the Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 7 a.m. on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic on this Friday morning. Johnny the K on vacation. Last day for him. Enjoying the beautiful island of St. Lucia. I am jealous. He will be back on Monday, as will Connor Thomas. And it will also be the beginning of legal tampering. 12 o'clock Monday, right at noon. Legal tampering begins. So stupid. And then Wednesday is the new league year. But, hey, we gobble up everything. The NFL just knows exactly what they're doing because we're going to talk about them. And that's why today I want us to get on the record at 610-632-0975. Get on the record now of the four players of note that we are talking about the most today. Dallas Goedert, Reed Blankenship, Jaelan Phillips, Nakobe Dean. Do you want to bring them back? If not, what is your plan afterward? Nakobe Dean is the easiest one for me. I say thank you for your service. I have your replacement in-house. The other ones get tricky because Dallas Goedert, you don't have his replacement in-house. Reed Blankenship, who knows what the future is at the safety position for the Eagles. Jaelan Phillips, yeah, you have two bodies when healthy because Nolan Smith isn't necessarily healthy, but that's also been Jaelan Phillips' issue. The projected numbers, we played a couple clips for you at the beginning of the show today. Jeff McClain and Albert Breer on the Uncovering the Bird podcast, which is Jeff McClain's podcast. Let's play the one about Dallas Goedert. This was Albert Breer talking about what Goedert could get on the open market and what the Eagles could do if they lose Goedert.
I think Dallas is right in that area with like your Cade Ottens, your David Njoku's. Like David Njoku is probably a good example of like a guy who, highly drafted, highly productive, a little older. I think both those guys are probably right around 10 million, maybe a little bit more. We'll see. It's interesting too, though, because like there's that part of it where can you mitigate some of the cap damage by signing Dallas Goedert back? Like, is that a factor for the Eagles?
And remember that cap factor that he's talking about, we've mentioned it a few times this week. If Dallas Goedert were to sign with another team, the Philadelphia Eagles get hit with a $20 million dead cap hit. So to me, let's play both sides. Let's play the Eagles. Let's play Dallas Goedert. If you're the Eagles, you're going, all right, we may want to keep this guy, A, because he is an important part to this football team. But B, we really don't want to get hit with that $20 million dead cap hit. So let's make something happen. If you're Dallas Goedert, you got them by the you-know-whats. You go, all right, $10 million to avoid a $20 million dead cap hit. Let's bump that up a little bit. And if you don't want to, let's see what market I have out there. Let's see if I could go to another team for more money, and then you're also going to be hit with that $20 million dead cap hit. So it's going to be interesting what the Dallas Goedert, I won't call it sweepstakes, but what the Dallas Goedert interest is come Monday legal tampering period at 12 o'clock. But if it's $10 million, sign me up. If that's the number, I'm not even thinking about it. Here you go, Dallas. Take the money. All right, here's $10 million, 2 years, $20 million. Take it. If they don't get him back, David Njoku, sign me up. I want the Eagles to acquire, either bring back Dallas Goedert. That's number one, because he's been here. There's a connection between him and Jalen Hurts. But if they don't bring back Goedert, you need to bring in one of those two veteran names that you heard mentioned, Cade Otten, David Njoku. I lean toward Njoku. And then you still draft a tight end on day one or day two of the NFL draft and have them play with one another for a year or two, much like the Eagles have already done in the past when it was Ertz and Goedert and Ertz and Selleck. You should do that regardless. And, oh, by the way, this team likes 12 personnel. They like having two tight ends on the field at the same time. So it just makes even more sense for them to bring in a tight end or bring back Dallas Goedert. The other players, Reed Blankenship. McClain mentioned $10 million. I'm out. Nakobe Dean, I think, is as good as gone, but I know a lot of people want Nakobe Dean back. The Unfiltered poll, he was the player that got the second most votes behind Jaelan Phillips. And speaking of Jaelan Phillips, they're saying a market of $20 to $25 million. So when we first put out the poll, it was very early returns. So let's check it again. Thanks to our friends Iron Mountain Men's Health, Dr. Avidan Appel. Poll runs strong for 4 hours every single morning here on Kincade and Salciunas, as it does on Unfiltered. Unfiltered had the poll yesterday. Which of those four names do you want to bring back most? Jaelan Phillips was the number one answer. We put out a poll saying, hey, Albert Breer saying around 20 to 25 per for Jaelan Phillips. What are the results now, Sean?
All right. They've gone a little bit the other way, but still no is leading the way at 56%. Would you want to sign Jaelan Phillips to a $20 to $25 million contract? No, 56%. Yes, 44%.
As soon as the money comes up, I knew it. I predicted it. We could go back and check the tape. Sinclair checks in on social media. That's the average range for a good edge, which Phillips is. So that's an easy yes. That's how I look at it. But Jerry Pennington responds with 2 sacks, 14 tackles, WTF. Well, first off, it was in 8 games because he was with the Dolphins. So really, it was 5 sacks and 29 total tackles last year in his season with both the Dolphins and the Eagles. But I get it. 5 sacks for $20 to $25 million is not what people want. There are a lot of things that Jaelan Phillips also does. It's not just does he sack the quarterback, yes or no. And you're not paying him $35, $40 plus million. You're not paying him Donnell Hunter. You're not paying him Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett. Those guys are getting 37, 38, 40 plus because of their sack totals. So that's why you're getting him for quite literally half of that. All right, what else we got? 610-632-0975. What do we got on the text line? And then we'll talk a little bit about what was being rumored around the NFC East yesterday, and then we'll get into a bit of a conversation about the division itself.
All right, so staying with the free agents, one person ranks the ones, and we left one out that they have it. So third place, but it goes Phillips, Goedert, Mann, and Dean if we can move Campbell to the edge.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Braden Mann is a free agent, yes. And I'm a big Braden Mann fan. He was the MVP last year. I'm not joking. If you take defense out of it, Braden Mann's your MVP. Because the offense was so putrid. The fact that they won games was because he was bombing the ball deep into the other team's zone. Braden Mann's MVP of the Eagles last year. Prove me wrong. Yeah, I'm going to bring him back. You know, he's not a guy that I figured we were going to spend too much time talking about this morning. All right. Before we get some more text messages and before we get into the Crosby thing, because that's the latest rumor for the Dallas Cowboys. Shocking. The Dallas Cowboys are in on one of the biggest players that's being talked about because that's what Jerry wants, not necessarily to actually get the player, but to be talked about. We are going to do Knockout. March 25th, Sixers Bulls. You get a pair of tickets, and then you get the spot and Knockout after the game. We have one last $50 Rita's gift card to give away today as well. So once more, as we've been doing all week long, we will have 2 winners at the end of the show. We've been doing different games all week long where it's been, sometimes music related, sometimes sports related. Yesterday was random opening day trivia for the Phillies. And what you do is you text in what you believe is the correct answer. And if you get it right, you go into the running, and then we draw one lucky qualifier, and we do it every single segment. I think we missed one segment yesterday because it was the Adam Schefter interview. That was 2 days ago, whatever day of the week it is. Today, we're going to do something off of Eagles free agents and signings that they've made in the past. So what I will do today is give you the position, the year in which they were signed, and then the college in which they played. So for an example, all right, this is not for you to text in the answer for. The example that I will give you so that we know what we're talking about, some will be easier than others. So I'm going to give you the easiest, maybe one of the easiest ones possible. If I said running back, 2024, Penn State, Sean Rodman, do you know that answer?
I do.
What is it?
Saquon Barkley.
Congratulations. You're in the running. And I think you might actually play in Knockout.
Yeah,
you might win for all I know. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you the position, the year, and the college. And then you text in what you believe is the correct answer at 610-632-0975. And if you get it right, you could be one of the lucky people that gets drawn out. And then we will do the announcements at the end of the show of the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice and also the pair of tickets for Sixers Bulls and then the spot and knockout after the game. All right, before we get back to our text line, and I will do one this segment, I promise, in terms of the free agent signings. So the Dallas Cowboys are apparently showing interest in Max Crosby. And if they don't get Max Crosby, they would then fall back to Trey Hendrickson. The Dallas Cowboys have an easy offseason plan to put together. You locked up George Pickens to the franchise tag. You already have CeeDee Lamb. You have Dak Prescott. Your team, your offensive side of the ball is set if you're the Dallas Cowboys. And the Dallas Cowboys offense was very, very, very good last year. And I get it. There's the whole, the Dak stuff. Like, oh, he's going to come up small. He might. But the Dallas Cowboys offense is really good. The defense got better after they acquired some players. Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, who we've talked about a lot this week because of the A.J. Brown trade comp that Mike Garafolo put out there. The Dallas Cowboys acquired Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets last year for the 2026 second-round pick, 2027 first-round pick. Their defense got better. They got healthier as the season went on, but it still isn't great. Their offseason plan is easy. Go out there and get somebody that's going to make an impact for them defensively and probably draft a player or two defensively. And if you're the Dallas Cowboys, you hope that you have somewhat of a Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean rookie year for two guys on defense. That's easy for the Dallas Cowboys. This just has to work out for them, and we hope that it doesn't. But the Dallas Cowboys are showing interest in both Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson. And if they shore up their defense, they will be a dangerous team. I already saw somebody on our YouTube chat, I think it was JM, saying that the Cowboys are, JM says the Cowboys are my pick for the division. Right now on FanDuel, and I don't really look at the odds as much as John does in March, because if A.J. Brown gets traded, the odds change. If the Dallas Cowboys get Max Crosby, the odds change. But before any of this stuff, the Eagles right now are the favorites to win the NFC East at plus 105. The Dallas Cowboys are second at plus 280, followed by the Commanders at 400, and then the Giants at plus 650. NFC East is going to be an interesting division this year because if Jaden Daniels stays healthy, and they sort of, I don't think they come close to what they did 2 years ago, but if they find a bit of a routine for them to start winning football games again, and we'll see what the New York Giants do with year 2 of Jackson Dart, year 1 of Harbaugh as the head coach there. Could be an interesting division this year in the NFC East. But the Eagles at plus 105, Cowboys aren't that far back at plus 280. And it's because of that offense and because of the likelihood that they tried to make their defense better, the duh-ness of the Cowboys trying to make their defense better. And if they trade for Max Crosby, their defense gets better. If they sign Trey Hendrickson and he does half of what he's done the last couple of years, forget last year, only had 4.5 sacks, but the 2 back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons, if he does half of that, that defense is better. And that would make the NFC East a little bit tighter. Last year, I said it confidently that the Philadelphia Eagles would win the NFC East with ease. And that's how it played out. Can we say that again this year? It's only March. Teams have not made additions yet. Teams have not made many subtractions yet. But do you feel as confident as some of us felt last year that the streak of no back-to-back division winners would end? And to me, I went a step further. I thought the Eagles would win the NFC East by ease. I think I said at least by 2 games. Do you have that same level of confidence going into the 2026 season? Last year, it wasn't really the Cowboys that were talked about. It was the Commanders. Remember, Bill Colarulo thought the Commanders were going to win the division. And that all of a sudden changed because the quarterback got hurt, even though they were like 2-6 with him playing. The Commanders were not the team that I was necessarily worried about last year. It was more so Dallas. But a lot of people were saying Eagles, Commanders, Eagles, Commanders, Eagles, Commanders. Ended up not mattering any of those teams because they all finished under 500 except for the Eagles. Do you feel as confident going into this season that the Eagles will win the NFC East? It's early. Not much has changed. I'm curious if we can have that same level of confidence because I'm telling you right now, I don't. I'm not saying the Eagles won't win the division, but I'm not going to be Chesty Chunis and doing, chest day every day on the show saying, the Eagles are walking away with this division. I don't feel that way this year. I wonder where you stand when it comes to that. It's 610-632-0975. All right, what do we got on the text line, Mr. Rodman? We also brought up the World Baseball Classic for the Team USA. It begins tonight, 8 o'clock. A lot of you have lives and have fun and you go out on a Friday night, I'm going to hunker down, 8 o'clock, first pitch, Coop, here are your goldfish. Let's watch Team USA take down Brazil. How many of you are locked into the World Baseball Classic? And, of course, get on the record about some of the upcoming free agents for the Eagles. What do we got?
Our first person that checks in says, I absolutely will watch the World Baseball Classic tonight, but it's going to come second to WWE SmackDown.
Okay. I prefer watching real sports.
So do I.
I prefer watching a real hit and not a fake hit. But that's your prerogative. I'm not gonna hate you for that. Like that, I understand that people love the WWE. They love the show. They love the act. And I will never take away from the athleticism of what those guys do because they're very athletic. But to me, I'll watch the real sport over the fake one. What else we got?
Next up, we have Stan from Yardley saying, I have to be honest, the World Baseball Classic does absolutely nothing for me. It's a made-up tournament where guys play for teams that have loose connections to.
Loose connections?
Like, I guess Nola not being a citizen of Italy, for instance.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. I mean, look, they're trying to field teams. They are. And when it comes down to it, again, you might not be locked in tonight, right? That's fine. Aaron Nola and Team Italy will not be moving on, right, deep into the World Baseball Classic. I think for a lot of people, they're going to lock in maybe, the final 4 teams because those final 4 teams, A, have teams that are players that are actually connected to their country, and they're also going to be the better teams. Like, I have fun with watching Czechia where it's like I could maybe play for them. Because they have day jobs, and then they just play baseball for their country, which I think is a freaking awesome story. All right, before we get another text message, let's do our first chance for you to earn a spot in Knockout. What we're doing today is I'm going to give you the position, the year, and then the college in which this player played. And then what you have to do is text in the correct answer, what you think is the correct answer, to 610-632-0975. And if you get it right, you will be in the running for the spot in Knockout. So, the position, defensive end, the year, 2004, the college, the University of Florida, Gainesville. If you believe you have the correct answer, text that in 610-632-0975. And if you get it right, you'll be in the running. We have the Sixers Bulls ticket spot in Knockout, also the $50 gift card to read us. Text it in 610-632-0975. Before you get flooded with texts, what else do we have on today's topics, Sean?
All right. Jay from Westchester checking in on the World Baseball Classic as well. And he says, I will be sleeping on the couch tonight because I will not be missing the tournament.
Oh, so this person's locked in.
Yes.
Locked in. Let's see. Is there a game after Team USA tonight? Yeah. Chinese Taipei and Czechia, 10 o'clock, first pitch. So I guess he's staying locked in. Let me ask you, Sean, would you go to one of these games?
If it was close by, yeah, I would go.
So I think this is really cool. Somebody will say, well, it's because nobody really cares. I think this is cool. If you were in or around the Houston area, because that's where Team USA is playing tonight against Brazil, you could get tickets from the official MLB website for $29. Not the best seat in the house, section 405, which is, if you're thinking about Citizens Bank Park, think about the left field foul pole. Not Harry the K's second deck, but to the left if you're facing the foul pole in the third base foul territory, very tippy top. So it's not like you're getting the greatest seat in the house, but you'll be in the building for $30 to watch Team USA. A couple of the areas skyrocket in terms of prices, but section 250 mezzanine level, not bad. $63 a pop to watch literally an all-star team for Team USA. I would pay for that if I was around the area.
I would pay for that. Yeah, if I was in the area, of course.
I get to watch Bobby Witt Jr., Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber, Cal Raleigh. That's just the first 5 in the order for Team USA. If you're a baseball fan, I don't see why you would not do that.
You're going to see the same players at the All-Star weekend this upcoming year in Philadelphia.
For how much
that
more?
Ticket is?
Yeah.
Probably 4 times as much.
It is non-existent. in our price line, Sean. We are not paying for those tickets. I would rather pay $30 than $300 to have also a bad seat. All right. People are getting the answer correct on YouTube. Text it in 610-632-0975. Eagles free agent signings, franchise history. I give you the position, the year, and the college. The first one that we gave you, defensive end, 2004, Florida. We'll have one lucky qualifier announced in the next segment, 610-632-0975. Now, coming up next, we will take a quick break from football. We've had a lot of football talk, except for the World Baseball Classic stuff. But I saw a pretty interesting article on ESPN yesterday. They did a deep dive using statistics to rank the best performing positions in baseball. So not like one specific team. They broke down all the catchers, first baseman, second baseman, etc. And then they wrote in where the best position in baseball is right now to the worst position in baseball, performance-wise. We will find out if this article helps or hurts Dave Dombrowski, because we've complained a lot about the offseason that he has had. We'll go through that coming up next. We'll give you another free agent on the other side as well. It is Kincade Salciunas, Johnny out, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The NHL trade deadline is today. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers' last game before the deadline, though, they lost last night 3-0 to the Utah Mammoth. On Patterson's Anthony Sanfilippo joined us yesterday morning on who could be traded before today's NHL deadline.
I don't think anybody is as good as gone. I think there are two guys who, in my mind, are the most possible. Both are 50-50 or even slightly less than 50-50, and that's Rasmus Ristolainen and Bobby Brink.
Former Flyer and NBC Sports Philadelphia's Brian Boucher joins us at 8:05 today on today's 3 p.m. deadline. Flyers and Sixers are both off tonight, and they're back in action tomorrow. The NFL legal tampering period opens up Monday at noon. The Eagles have a few key free agents, including Jaelan Phillips, Dallas Goedert, Reed Blankenship, and Nakobe Dean as well, and we'll see if they're back or not. In NFL news, though, the Bears are reportedly trading DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills for a second and fifth round pick. We'll see how that ends up impacting a potential A.J. Brown trade as well. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
This is back from the break. I wonder what they're going to get into.
7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the Bet Parks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it is 7:28 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is a Friday morning, which means Fridays with Fadul. Amy will be in studio with us from 8 to 10 for the remainder of the show, which is always exciting. I love when Amy is in studio with us. Did this happen recently is a question. I just saw an article from yesterday that Jeremy Pena, who's an all-star shortstop for the Astros, fractured his finger. I can't tell if it happened via the World Baseball Classic or not, because that's what everybody's upset about. That's what everybody, and it's a fair worry. You know, a guy that gets hurt in what is ultimately exhibition games, even though there is pride of country for some of us. So he's missing the World Baseball Classic and could miss the beginning of the season. I just don't know when the injury took place, if it was World Baseball Classic. Even if it wasn't baseball related, I have no idea. But that's a little update for you in the world of baseball. But speaking of the world of baseball, there was a pretty interesting article on ESPN.com where they broke down the best positions throughout the league. It was by David Schoenfield, and I think they used OPS plus, and then they used some WAR metrics, whatever stats that go way beyond my care. It's not knowledge. I know what these stats are. It's just I don't care. WAR. What is it good for? They broke down each position, including designated hitter. They do not have pitchers on here. So where each position is stacked in Major League Baseball right now, does this help or hurt Dave Dombrowski? Because we have been very critical of Dave Dombrowski recently. A lot of people have finally joined on Team Chunas here, that Dave Dombrowski has been living off his resume for the last couple of years here with the Phillies. So the number one best position throughout Major League Baseball right now is shortstop. And that's kind of hard to disagree. You got some studs at shortstop. What they did was they did that, and then Buster Olney ranked the top 5 at each position. So Trey Turner did not fall in the top 5, but Trey Turner was the batting champion last year. Will we see if his contract is worth it down the road? We'll find out. But for now, shortstop, the Phillies have a pretty good one. We can complain about his defense, even though he was much better last year. And if it wasn't for that one errant throw, a pretty big errant throw in a playoff game against the Dodgers, we would have looked at Trey Turner's season a lot differently. But if we take the emotion out of it, Trey Turner played really well last year. So the Phillies do have a pretty damn good shortstop, which is considered currently the best position in baseball. The second best position in baseball is catcher. The Phillies have a really good one defensively, and when it comes to calling pitches and everything. The bat is going downhill. So the Phillies signing JT Realmuto to a 3-year, $45 million deal, I still think is a mistake. I would have taken him back for a year or 2 years. As we have pointed out numerous times on the show, there was not any other team that was trying to get JT to a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal. It was all 1-year deals. And for some reason, the Phillies did 3. I don't know why. So that's a bit of a miss for Dave Dombrowski. That catcher is the second best position in baseball, and you sign a guy on the decline for 3 years, $45 million. The third best position in baseball, according to their analysis on ESPN.com, is DH. Phillies have a great one. So thumbs up to Dombrowski there. People forget that they signed Kyle Schwarber, according to Dave Dombrowski, but thumbs up there. This is a big miss. Left field is 4th. I have zero faith in left field with the Philadelphia Phillies. Brandon Marsh platooning with Otto Kemp. The fact that you're platooning when it's the 4th best position in all of baseball. People try to tell me that it's hard to get corner outfielders. I completely disagree. Maybe all-around outfielders. Like usually when you think of corner outfielders, you think of guys that can rake, and maybe they struggle a little bit defensively. That's what Nick Castellanos was supposed to be. He just didn't rake all that much. But you can't tell me that left field is such a hard position to find. It's hard for the Phillies for some reason. It has been forever, except for Pat Burrell and a year or two of Raul Ibanez. But for left field being the fourth best position in baseball and the Phillies having Brandon Marsh and Otto Kemp, that's a thumbs down for Dave Dombrowski. That's a miss. So far through the four positions, to me, you guys could disagree. I go thumbs up at shortstop, thumbs up at DH. That's 1 and 3. Thumbs down catcher, thumbs down left field. That's 2 and 4. The fifth position, right field. I don't know. Here's the problem. If that's the fifth best position in baseball and you're hoping that Adolis Garcia bounces back, I'm not really excited about that. I think Garcia has a better chance at bouncing back his career than I did Max Kepler last year. I thought Max Kepler was going to suck. He did suck. Adolis Garcia, I'm kind of in a wait-and-see mode. So maybe he adds to that. Maybe he doesn't. So that's kind of an unknown. We do not have an answer. Third base, according to ESPN, is the sixth best position in all of baseball in terms of the collective players. Dombrowski gets a thumbs up. I'm not the biggest Alec Boehm fan. But Alec Boehm is an everyday starting third baseman. He was once an all-star. He's going to back cleanup even though he shouldn't, but he's going to back cleanup because they trust him. He'll hit around 280. He'll drive in runs, and he'll play a solid third base. Not elite, but a solid third base. So the fact that the Phillies have a player at third base and it's considered the sixth best position in sports may tell you more about the position, because third base used to be one of those spots where you were like, man, you got to have a great third baseman. I give Dave Dombrowski a thumbs up there. Center field is seventh. Unknown with Justin Crawford. Second base is eighth. Tells you about the state of the position. We'll see. Can Bryson Stott continue to hit 700 in the regular season? I doubt it. But Bryson Stott, I don't know. He's a solid fielder. He can hit pretty well against right-handed pitching. They tell you what they think about him ultimately come playoff time, where they don't play him against lefties. And then lastly, this is 2 thumbs up for the Phillies. First base is considered right now the worst position in Major League Baseball. And the Phillies have Bryce Harper. So this article, I would say, ultimately helps out Dave Dombrowski. I still don't like what he did this offseason. I still don't like what he has been doing for the Philadelphia Phillies in recent years. But if we're doing that position-by-position breakdown, the Phillies have more thumbs up than they do thumbs down. Pretty interesting. That's your Phillies breakdown. All right. Coming up in a little bit, we have today's headlines with Sean Rodman. Amy Fadul en route. She'll be in with us for the rest of the show from 8 to 10. Let me give you another Eagles free agency signing in history. You text in the right answer to 610-632-0975, and you will be in the running for the pair of tickets, Sixers, Bulls, Spot, and Knockout. We also have the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. So the latest one I will give you, 2008, cornerback, so defensive back, cornerback, the University of Central Florida. If you get that answer right, 610-632-0975, you could be in the running for the Sixers, Bulls tickets and the Spot and Knockout. The last answer, by the way, do we have a qualifier? Because my screen doesn't work in here.
Oh, yes. It is Jason Smith from Sicklerville.
All right. Jason Smith from Sicklerville was our first qualifier. The answer was Javon Curse, the freak. The question was 2004, defensive end, Florida. So congratulations to Jason. You're in the running. We'll announce our next runner for the Sixers, Bulls, and also the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice in the next segment. Now, Sean, do you have a local story in today's headlines?
A local story? No.
All right. Because I need to bring this up. I am tired of some groups thinking that they're like mightier than others. And I am going to attack the leaders of the New Jersey Girl Scouts.
What did they do to hurt you?
So we have a local story outside of a dispensary in Mount Laurel. So not too far from here.
No.
Right? We're not going North Jersey 3 hours away. We're talking Mount Laurel, New Jersey. All right? A lot of you might be listening. You might be in the area. You may know the dispensary that I'm talking about. All right? A New Jersey Girl Scout troop set up their stand outside of the dispensary and made a killing.
That's a good business.
It's a great business plan, right?
Is there a but?
They made a killing. The owner of the dispensary was like, this is awesome. This is so cool. My customers are helping out those little girls, and it's helping out the organization, and that's wonderful. And you know what? That's capitalism, baby. They know that the clientele entering the dispensary and exiting the dispensary may want a Thin Mint or may want the peanut. My favorite is the peanut butter one. What's your favorite Girl Scout cookie? You have a top?
Probably Thin Mints, honestly.
All right, the peanut butter one's my go-to. Connor ate a sleeve of Thin Mints for breakfast the other day.
Yeah, I questioned that.
The dude's insane. He's like, I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand he's not fat, quite frankly.
I don't know.
Because he eats like crap. I'm glad he's alive. So they set up a spot outside of the dispensary. And the owner, like, put out some sort of post, like, this is really cool. Like, come to my store and also help out the Girl Scouts. Like, he's trying to help them out. Got backlash. It got backlash because stuff like that goes against the sanctity of the New Jersey Girl Scouts group.
Oh, my.
I will say this now. I would rather go to the dispensary and say, wow, those might be nice later. Let me buy some. Than you knocking on my door. The other day, when I had my quite literal poop storm in my house, as I've talked about, plumbing exploded, went down my air vent, I had to get my air ducts cleaned out. Lots of monies later. Had to get that all taken care of, both the plumbing and the air ducts, so I can get the heating working. Oh, my, it was horrific. I'm not angry at the little girl, but I get a knock at the door. What's another $6, right? I've already done this. I've already paid this plumber this much money. I've already paid the HVAC guy this much money, the air duct guy this much money. What's another $6? Hey, go ahead. Take it. Give me my peanut butter cookies because I need it at this point. At this point, I need it. But I would rather go up to a dispensary and say, oh, wow, that's cool. Then you knock on my door. I also don't really like going to a grocery store and then being set up outside. Because I'm already spending, because nothing's cheap these days, a ton of money on groceries. All right, sure, fine. What's another $6? I may have been going to get cookies, but now they're there. But to me, this is a great move, and they might get backlash. So we will have this update on Monday. They are scheduled to set up again today. But it has not been confirmed yet or not if they will be there. And if the Girl Scout troops have some sort of issues with it, that's just wrong. That's smart. If anything, you're teaching the little kids that they're making good business decisions.
I like it a lot better than a grocery store because then I feel almost obligated.
Yes. Yeah, you feel bad. Everybody's happy. I'll be honest. You guys know me at this point. I don't think I'm hiding anything. I'm a frequent customer, right? I've never walked in there and somebody's been in a bad mood. You go to a grocery store, everybody's miserable. Nobody wants to be there. I go to the dispensary, everybody's nice. The workers are friendly. Every client is wonderful. What are you getting today? Right? It's a wonderful spot. I would rather be happy with and then get the Girl Scout cookies than you knocking on my door. I'm disappointed if they don't let them set up today. That's wrong. All right, coming up next, we'll get more fun stories. Today's headlines with Sean Rodman. We'll check our text line. We got to get our winner for the most recent qualifier for the pair of tickets, Sixers Bulls Spa Knockout. That and today's headlines. Don't forget, Amy Fadul joins us at 8 o'clock. All here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
No hot takes, no rage bait, just the truth. Unfiltered with Bill Collar.
Kincade and Salciunas before I change my mind.
All right, 7:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Mixed responses on the YouTube chat about the Girl Scouts setting up outside of the dispensary. D. Flyer says you can't sell cookies outside of a dispensary. That's extortion. That's solicitation. I would rather you not knock on my door, but that's what they do. I would rather you not be at the grocery store because I'm usually in a hurry. But when I'm walking into the dispensary, I'm in a good mood. The vibe's chill. And you know what? Yeah, those cookies might hit later. If they don't let them set up today, not the dispensary, but the Girl Scout troops, then they're just hurting their own cause because I bet you they made a lot of money. All right, before we get to today's headlines, do we have our latest qualifier in honor of legal tampering beginning Monday at 12 o'clock? Obviously, we have topics on Dallas Goedert, Reed Blankenship, and company, Nakobe Dean, Jaelan Phillips. Would you re-sign these players? If not, what's your follow-up move? We have a poll running on Jaelan Phillips that we'll get to in a little bit. But what do we? We're also doing a Eagles free agent history game. I give you the position, I give you the year, I give you the college, and then if you get it right, you're in the running. So what did we get for our second qualifier?
Our second qualifier is Dino from Feasterville Trevose.
Thank you, Dino. Congratulations. You're a qualifier. It was Asante Samuel that was our most recent name that free agent. All right, I'll give you one before we get to today's headlines so that we can go through that during the commercial break. All right, I will give you 2016, a little bit more recent, linebacker, Florida State. 2016 linebacker, Florida State. 610-632-0975. It is time now for today's headlines with Sean Rodman.
Today's headlines with Sean, no relation to Dennis Rodman.
What we got?
All right. Today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. Over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers, visit lundylaw.com. That's lundylaw.com. All right. First up, let's start in the world of golf. I don't know if you saw this from Live Golf the other day, yesterday, actually. They're out in Hong Kong, I believe it is. Right. And, well, I know you play golf a little bit, not the best. I'm in that boat as well.
Very rarely.
But you're going to hear this first part. He's going to putt for birdie. He's going to miss. He's going to miss the second putt. Guess how long it is based off this reaction.
That was Munoz for birdie.
Oh, and that was an attempt to hit it where he bounced over it and
forward motion of the club with the attempt of advancing the ball, the definition of a stroke. He has owned up to it already, and before anybody asked him, he told the scorer, well, that's a bogey.
So, I'm going to guess it was a gimme.
It was a gimme, but under a foot.
Sure, under a foot.
It was 1 inch. 1 inch.
Oh, my God.
He missed it. It, nicked the club and missed it by 1 inch.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I would. That's a gimme. I wouldn't even have to attempt said putt. Neither would my dad. We play those rules. For people that try to make millions of dollars playing that game, that sucks. Yeah, sorry. Rules are rules, man.
Rules are rules. Next up, let's go into the world of, I don't know, WWE, I guess, boxing. I don't know what you want to call this. Logan Paul called out NFL players earlier in the week of who would fight him in a boxing match. Well, an NFL player responded, and that was a former NFL player, Le'Veon Bell. He said that I'm a football player. That would beat the bleep out of you, Logan. Logan Paul responded, A, you're not in the NFL. B, you can actually fight, so I'd have to properly train, meaning I'd have to step away from WWE. C, there's no money here because you're not a draw.
All right, I don't. This is a world that I don't follow. Which one's the actual boxer, quote unquote actual boxer, the fake boxer? Is it Logan or Jake?
The other one, Jake.
All right, so Jake Paul. Okay, the Paul brothers. God bless them, man. They're making all this money for people that care. I don't know what people care about these things. To me, that's just a world where I go, why are you wasting your time or your money? There's so many other better things in life to care than the Logan Paul, Jake Paul brothers. I'm sorry, I don't get it. Yeah, Le'Veon Bell has been in the ring before, but these guys, they try to box, but they're not actual boxers. There have been other basketball players. There have been former NBA players that have tried boxing, former NFL players that have tried boxing. I believe one of the Paul brothers did call out Myles Garrett, though, specifically.
The same brother. Same guy.
I would love to see that because I think Myles Garrett would put that man down pretty quickly. I don't think the Browns would ever allow it, but I think Myles Garrett would put that man down pretty quickly.
I would take that bet as well. Last up, we'll finish up with a not local here, but an Iowa State basketball game for the playoff game with Iowa girls. And here's the ending to that game with one team being down late in the game with just a few seconds to go.
You got to get it in, though. They do go for the quick two on the baseline inbounds. The clock does not stop in high school basketball. It continues to run, and they turn it over. Smid for two more. She scores! 4 straight for Smid. We're tied. 42-42. Smid again, and she scores! Oh, my mercy!
So I sent that one to you. It was an Iowa, I think it was state championship game between two high school girls teams. And the one team's down 4 points with 10 seconds left, or 6 points with 10 seconds left. They score. And then the girl immediately grabs the ball. The clock doesn't stop in high school. The girl immediately grabs the ball, goes to inbound. It gets stolen. They score again. The same poor girl grabs the ball. It goes to inbound the pass immediately again, and the team steals it again and ties it. And then they went to the free throw line, and they ended up winning 47-42. They were down 6 with 10 seconds left. They won by 5 because of free throws and stuff. It's a rough way to go out. There's been a lot of great high school finishes recently. If you just go on social media, you'll find them. There was a kid that, basically did a Kareem skyhook from half court because there was 3 guys around him and drilled it. And the poor high school kid that's doing the play-by-play, it's his high school that lost, and he just couldn't say anything. It's a shame, man. All right. Good job, Sean. Great job with today's headlines. We will be coming back next. Amy Fadul. Hi, Amy. Amy's ready to go. We will get Amy's thoughts coming up in a little bit about the 4 players we've been talking about the most. Jaelan Phillips, Nakobe Dean, Dallas Goedert, and Reed Blankenship. Who are you bringing back? We have the estimated totals for these players, how much they're going to get paid. But also, the NHL trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock. And joining us at 8:05, one of my favorites to talk about what the Flyers should do, could do. Also, he was ringside for Team USA's gold medal game. Brian Boucher joins us coming up next at 8:05. It's Kincade Salciunas. Amy will be with us for the rest of the show, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Who stays and who goes for the Birds? I'm Sean Rodman, and NFL legal tampering opens up Monday at noon. The Eagles have a few key free agents, including Jaelan Phillips, Dallas Goedert, Nakobe Dean, and Reed Blankenship. NBC Sports Philadelphia's Barrett Brooks joined Unfiltered yesterday, and he told the guys if he thinks Goedert will be back or not.
Well, I think that he is going to be gone, and, simply because he outplayed his contract. He gave us a discount last year. They reworked his deal. He played for $10 million. I think he's going to get what he wants, going into this year.
The Flyers lost to the Mammoth last night 3-0. It was the team's final game before the trade deadline at 3 p.m. today. Former Flyer and NBC Sports Philadelphia's Brian Boucher joins us next at 8:05 ahead of today's deadline. And in the NFL, DJ Moore was traded from Buffalo for a 2nd and 5th round pick to the Buffalo Bills. We'll see how that impacts any potential A.J. Brown trade. And this update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Doesn't stop with these guys. Make sure you tune in Middays with Marks. You guessed it with me, John Marks. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 8 a.m. on this Friday morning. Giant of the K on vacation. And for the second time this week, Tuesdays, Fridays with Fadul. Amy, good morning. Welcome in.
Hey, how are you?
I'm wonderful. I've been having myself a nice day.
You have been.
We have not really talked much about A.J. Brown trade speculation, which has been pleasant. People think that we actually want to talk about it every single day. No. There are times where we need to talk about them. And
right, where it's been warranted.
Yeah, today's been a day where we haven't necessarily been able to or wanting to. I did update the DJ Moore trade and what that could mean for A.J. Brown. And I do believe that would maybe entice a team like New England to be even more aggressive because the Bills are in division. The Bills need a wide receiver. They're potentially a wide receiver away and like an entire defense. And they got DJ Moore for a second-round pick. A.J. Brown, greater than DJ Moore. Pretty simple. Could the New England Patriots say, damn, look at what Buffalo did, our division rival. We were just in the Super Bowl. We could not pass the ball in said Super Bowl. We need a wide receiver. 31st overall pick's not going to get us a game-changing player or a franchise-changing player. A.J. Brown could be that.
Yes. I would think that seems like a simple, kind of point A to point B, straight line. You never really know. We all know that Mike Vrabel thinks a lot of A.J. Brown. He has not been shy about that. They're still in communication, which I think is another reason that the Patriots are always going to pop up there when Vrabel's involved because of that connection. But there comes a time where the change of scenery, again, you are the one saying, do not take him. I do not want him gone.
Yeah.
But if the writing's on the wall, you need to get as much for him as possible. If the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, one of our Twitter polls, which I will do the Twitter poll update here momentarily. We were asking people, what is that price where you can't say no?
Right.
And we gave all the reported stuff. There was Mike Garafolo brought up the Quinnen Williams package, which was a second and a first in 2 different years. Earlier, I think Fowler mentioned a 1 and a 4 in the same draft.
Yeah.
Somebody else said a 2 and the 3 in the same draft. And then we also added the option of none. I want A.J. Brown.
No price, yeah.
And a lot of people still said none A.J. Brown. Majority of people did say the first and second. And I'm glad that people did that because as much as I love A.J. Brown and do not want him traded, there's got to be a time where you say, okay,
that's a hard one to pass up. I would definitely think about it at the 1 and the 2. I might actually think about it at the 1 and the 4 for the same year as well. Sure. But anything beyond that, I'd be hard pressed. I mean, you know what you have in him. I know that there's extra stuff always surrounding him and whatever else, but the product in the field. The last time the Eagles had a receiver that has that kind of production is never.
Yeah.
Let's just face it. It's never happened. They do not churn out 1,000-yard receivers. The days
4 straight years.
It's just so it's really hard. I know that there's a lot of baggage with it, but it's like you take the good with the bad. So it would have to be a really sweetheart deal for me.
Yeah. Or you say, sorry, AJ, you're with us.
Let's just figure this out.
Let's hope that everybody is happy.
Yeah.
And I know Jeff McClain in his recent podcast talked about part of it's the quarterback and not the person. I think that's what people keep on thinking, that it's like some rift between the two humans. It's A.J. Brown may not like how the offense is run. A.J. Brown does not like how the ball is thrown his way, which I will then love to sit down with A.J. and say, you mean the quarterback that got you 1,500 yards, 1,500 yards, 1,000 yards, 1,000 yards, and the year 3 where you only had 1,000 yards was because Saquon Barkley almost broke Eric Dickerson's record. Like, if I was able to sit down with A.J. Brown, I'd be like, is it really that bad for you? Because it wasn't that long ago where you had 3,000 yards in 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think his beef, it seems to be the style, but the numbers still reflect that he's super productive.
Yeah.
But it's just, we all see it. I mean, the slant route, cool. Here it is again.
Hitch routes.
Hey, here we go.
Look, and that was Patullo, and he stinks. And I don't like him as a human being because he was a rat. Like, there's too many reports now talking about how, it got leaked out that it was Jalen's fault for certain things, and many people within the Eagles organization did not necessarily agree with that. And, by the way, when they had the player grades come out from the NFL Players Association, Kevin Patullo got a C. Everybody else on the coaching staff's got A's, A+. Sirianni got a freaking A for crying out loud. And
I felt
Petula
like
got a C.
I felt like a C was a little high.
Yeah.
I thought, like, we're grading on a curve.
That was
Because
a man. I
obviously-
really like this.
They're like, that guy, he's super nice. He has no idea what he's doing, but I'm going to give him a B.
It's Brett Brown. It's how we would always lead the conversation with.
Great guy.
Really nice guy. But we do that a lot. And I get it. We're trying to be kind and not just.
I feel like there's a lot of coaches you could probably say that about here in Philadelphia.
Probably. All right, we're going to speak with Brian Boucher coming up in about a minute because the trade deadline in the NHL is at 3 o'clock today. Boucher was also rinkside for Team USA, which, like, that's awesome for him to have been able to experience that. So we'll get some of the stories from when he was there in Italy. But at the bottom of the hour, Amy, we're going to go through the 4 names. I opened up the show talking about getting on the record. Do you bring back Goedert? Do you bring back Dean? Do you bring back Reed? Do you bring back Jaelan Phillips?
Mm-hmm.
And if you say no to either of those players, what is the follow-up plan? Because you can't just say, no, I'm not paying
bringing
him,
back
period.
Dallas Goedert. Okay.
And we do have a Twitter poll up and running, thanks to our friends at Iron Mountain Men's Health, Dr. Abidon Appel. The poll runs strong for 4 hours every single morning, and the poll runs strong for 4 hours every afternoon on Unfiltered. And I saw the poll from Unfiltered, and it was strong. Amy, it was strong. Yesterday, they ran a poll, and I'm an evil genius. If you could keep only one Eagles free agent, and they mentioned Goedert, Phillips, Blankenship, Dean, the majority of people voted for Jaelan Phillips at 45%. And I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah.
So, being the twisted son of a gun that I am, our poll this morning was, hey, Albert Breer is reporting that Jaelan Phillips could sign a contract between $20 and $25 million. Are you bringing back Jaelan Phillips back? 60% say no.
Yeah.
And 40% say yes. We'll break all that down later, coming up in a little bit. Are we good with Boucher? The phone system's down over here. All right, joining us now here on Kincade and Salciunas, Johnny the K on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. It is a Friday with Fadul. Amy Fadul with us from NBC Sports Philadelphia, from all over the NHL. And, of course, we saw him doing some Olympic coverage as well. Former Flyer Brian Boucher joins us. Boucher, good morning.
Morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We got the NHL trade deadline today at 3 o'clock, so we're looking forward to that. But before we get to that, you were rinkside for Team USA winning the gold medal. Just curious what that experience like was for you being able to be there in the building.
Yeah, it was awesome. I had a chance to do the 2 Olympics. They were much different. 2018 Pyeongchang was with no NHL players. Which was, and we were on site. It was cool. It was an Olympic experience. And then 2022 Beijing, we did it from the studio off monitors. So a completely different experience. Obviously, no NHL players. So we were all fired up to have the NHL players back playing in the Olympics, and then to be there live and witness it was it was unbelievable hockey. I mean, the best hockey I've ever seen, especially that gold medal game. The speed and skill that was on display, and the care amongst the players. I know the Stanley Cup Finals brings a lot of intensity, and rightly so. But there's just another level that guys can get to when they're playing for their countries, and I think they recognize that these opportunities don't come around very often. And it was great hockey. It was great to be down at ice level. It was great to be a part of it. A total privilege, to be honest with you. I mean, a lot of guys would have killed to be down there, and I didn't have to pay 1 cent to be at ice level. So to witness that was great. And in the end, the right team won. I was waving my American flag for that one, so it was good to see the Americans come through with a gold medal.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because Nate McKinnon does not believe you in that regard, which he is wrong. He is wrong on that one. But I think that obviously Jack Hughes is going to always get the praise in that one. But for me, Connor Hellebuck is absolutely the man of the match. There is no doubt about it. I was watching a podcast recently. I'm sure you saw it. As a goaltender, he still had the stick, and you could see the nick where that puck came through, which I was fascinated at because I've watched that goal, I think, 4,000 times, or the non-goal, I should say, and you could see where the puck crosses it. What did you make of that performance just as a fellow, net keeper?
Yeah, it was an amazing performance. I mean, I think there was a lot of doubters, a lot of questions around Hellebuck going into the tournament, just because he'd really never won the big game. Even in Winnipeg, in his career in the NHL, he's had such great regular seasons. He's won multiple Vezina trophies as the NHL's best goalie, but when it's gotten to the real big game in the playoffs, he's never found a way to push through. And last year, losing in the Four Nations to Canada in overtime, I think just added to that that worry about whether or not he could be the guy to get the job done. And, Mike Sullivan said to us before the tournament started that he was his guy, and he said, his body of work just overall, gave him that opportunity to be the number one guy. And through the tournament, he never gave it up. And then when you get to the final game, this is it. This is the moment where you have to come through. And boy, did he ever come through. I mean, what a performance he put on. And truthfully, the Canadians probably deserved to win that game, maybe 3-4-1, with the chances that they had and the missed opportunities. But Hellebuyck made timely saves. Huge penalty kill, 5-on-3. He was a big part of it, and Jack Hughes got the game winner in overtime. But without Hellebuck's performance, we're not talking about a gold medal, that's for sure.
All right, NHL trade deadline today at 3:00. Brian Boucher joins us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Amy Fadul in for John. Brian, the Flyers have some decisions to make before the trade deadline. I imagine they're going to be sellers more so than buyers. How difficult of a decision is that for the front office, knowing that they are, as of right now, in contention, but I think we also know where this season's heading?
Yeah, I mean, I think last night's game was really disappointing. I mean, if you're looking for, a team that's trying to tell their management, hey, let's add, boy, that was a pretty tough performance last night for Danny Briere to sit there and go, yeah, we really believe in this group, we should add. I think, but here's the thing about the selling. I mean, it looks like the defense market is drying up. I mean, Buffalo just acquired late last night 2 defensemen from Winnipeg. So it just looks like the options where maybe perhaps, and I'm talking about Rasmus Ristolainen, he's one that's rumored to potentially be going. It looks like, that market may be drying up. I don't know. Maybe there's other suitors out there that I'm unaware of, but I know the Flyers' asking price is not, it's not steep, but they're not giving Rasmus Ristolainen away. I think they understand what value he brings to this team, and if teams want to step up, they're willing to listen. But I mean, it just makes you wonder. I mean, I don't know, unless something bigger is in the works. I don't know that there's going to be a lot going on today with the Flyers with regards to selling, just because it seems like the market for their most important or their most talked about player in Ristolainen may be drying up. So we shall see. But there are teams that are making moves. It's a stressful day if you're a player. An exciting day if you're a fan. I'm excited about it. I know I'm glued to the phone waiting to see what happens, and we'll see how it transpires. But, we'll see if the Flyers can find a way to improve their team.
Yeah, I saw a couple of reports. Even they had the usual suitors for him, and then, as you mentioned, like a lot of those teams started snapping up other defensemen, especially, right-handed ones, and you're thinking, oh, okay, well, now where's he going to go? And I saw Pierre, I think, had a report. There was a couple of kind of dark horse candidates, but he didn't really name them. So it'll be interesting to see if anything comes to pass, because as you mentioned, the Flyers are not looking to sell low. They're looking to get something back, and I think that that's an important piece when they're thinking about the rebuild that they're going through. They want to make sure they get enough that it's going to justify that, because Rasmus Ristolainen had a very good hockey tournament over in the Olympics, and he's played well, and he's been healthy, which is unusual for him. So I think that that's something that they have to value. But you touched on it a little bit there, so I want to get your thoughts on how stressful this time of year is for a player right now. I mean, you're watching the clock, you're on your phone. We're all on our phone. They're sitting by their phone waiting to hear if they're going to be, suiting up for the Flyers, tomorrow or the next day, or if they're, be making plans to make the move. How stressful is that?
It is stressful. If you see your name out there, you're a human being at the end of the day, right? I mean, I know you're a hockey player, but when you see your name, your mind starts going in different places. Okay, what if I go there? Your experiences and being in a city that you're linked to. Did I like it there? Did I play well there? What kind of what are the teammates like? Do I know anybody on the team? So, you start to, and then if you've got family, kids, you start to think about the kids, will your kids, will they move with you here at the end of the season, right? Or will your spouse and children stay back while you go there? So it creates a lot of, scenarios that you play in your head that you may talk about. So, and I think it's a stressful time, and if you're a player that isn't linked, to any of those rumors, and you're pretty solid on your team, you're hoping that your team makes a move to add, because it gives a team a jolt. When you add a player that you respect and you know is a good player, can help your team, it gets you fired up. Like, you can't wait to get to the rink the next day. So there's different emotions involved on a day like this. But and I think sometimes, when you have games on a day like today, I think players, even last night, I mean, maybe there was something to it where the Flyers, maybe players were thinking about it. I don't know. I mean, it's quite possible. But I think on trade deadline day, there should not be any games. They should just make it about the trade deadline and just let's have at it. Let's make it a day. But, they've condensed the schedule so much with the Olympics that they can't afford to start throwing days away. But it is a tough day for players. There's no doubt about players and families. Not an easy day to get through.
Brian, if they don't end up trading 4 players to try to help them this season, what would you categorize success for the Philadelphia Flyers in the 2025-26 season?
Well, listen, if they can get their game together, and they had been playing pretty good here up until yesterday's game. If they can, it doesn't mean that they are out of competing for a playoff spot, because this team has proven since the Olympic break that they can defend a lot better. Their goaltending has been solid. Vladar has been awesome this year, and he's been great since coming back from the Olympic break as well. There's still hope that they can push for a playoff spot. Now, have other teams improved their rosters and put their odds in their favor? Yeah, but can the Flyers be underdogs and continue to compete? I think they can do that too. And I think you just need more out of everybody. I think everybody has to pull on the rope a little bit harder and make it a situation where fans are excited to watch your team. They know that there's no quit in your team. And I think the Flyers have done that for the most part this year. When you watch them, they're a pretty resilient group. Obviously, last night's performance was disappointing, but I don't think anybody had the idea that the Flyers are going to be, I'm sure some people hoped they would be in the playoffs this year, but just competing for a playoff spot, I think, is what the main goal was, so that these guys can get closer to the goal of being a playoff team and competing for a Stanley Cup. I think that's the goal. Now, if the Flyers do make a trade or two, I don't think that changes either, because the guys that are in uniform that have to play, they have to perform. They're not just going to lay down and quit. I think, the last 20 games of the season is about showing who's got character that can help your club going forward. So, what defines success, I think just competing and seeing if they can make it interesting here down the stretch. I think that's the goal for this Flyers team.
All right, last thing. You mentioned fans probably being disappointed that they're not going to be in the playoffs. And look, there was a time where we were thinking, could we have a Sixers-Flyers, April series where both teams are in action at the Xfinity Mobile Arena? And it looks like it's not heading in that direction. What would you say to fans that are maybe more so than disappointed, but angry? You're around the team. You know what the plan is. You know what they want to do. I know the big free agent class has kind of dried up a little bit too. So what would you say to a fan that's past the point of disappointed but is angry with the state of the Flyers?
Well, I can understand both of those emotions, being angry and being disappointed. I mean, I get it. I mean, it's been, when I was a player here in Philadelphia, what is right now never was. I mean, so I get it. But the one thing that I've always thought about here in the last little while is being a part of an NHL team, whether you're a manager, a coach, or whatever. It requires so much patience. More patience than you can ever imagine. And if you're in it on the daily, I think you got to realize that, there might be trade proposals or trade ideas that you think about all the time that they just don't come to fruition because it takes two to tango. Or maybe the trade isn't the right thing to do, and I think, that's what is required in situations like this, because I think you can make some big mistakes that can really hurt your team if you do things on emotion or you get impatient. And I think for the Flyers, I think, they're trying. It's getting there. It's been a slow process, I'm sure, for a lot of fans, but the amount of patience that is needed, you have to hang in there. And I think, a guy like Porter Martone is having a great year in Michigan State. You hope he's here at the end of the season, whether it's for, if his team goes deep in the NCAA playoffs, it might be only for a couple games, but by all accounts, he looks like he's a guy who's NHL ready. Tyson Forster has been out all season long. You think about what the future can be. Yeah, do the Flyers want to find a center? That's the work that Danny Briere is trying to do, and we'll see if he can do it. But I think that this team is patiently trying to build and not make a mistake that could handicap them going forward. But I get you that, you're not going to stop people from feeling angry or disappointed. I think the fans here in Philadelphia want a team that's in the playoffs, want a team that's competing for a Stanley Cup. We all do. But sometimes patience is what's needed in situations like this.
Brian, we appreciate the time. Again, great work as always. Thanks for coming on, and it was awesome watching you on the Olympic coverage as well. We appreciate the time. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
You too. There's Brian Boucher joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny on vacation. It is a Friday with Fadul. Just so you all know, so next segment, I'm going to get you on the record with the Goedert and Dean and Blankenship and Phillips. Apparently, Ian Rappaport had something to say about the A.J. Brown saga. Oh. And so we will get that audio for you, and we will also play that coming up next because, it's still happening. It's not gonna be done until it's
resolved.
Until it's done, pretty much at this point. I mean, that's where we're at. All right. Our latest. Did we announce our last qualifier?
No, Ian Thomas.
Ian Thomas. The answer was Nigel Bradham. It was 2016 linebacker, Florida State. So good job, Ian. You're in the running for the Sixers Bulls ticket spot and knockout, as well as the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. How about I give you this one? I just need to see when it actually happened signage-wise. I know the first year in which he played. All right, 2017 wide receiver, South Carolina. Text that in, 610-632-0975. If you get it right, you could be in the running for the spot and knockout and also the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. Wide receiver 2017, South Carolina. Coming up next, we'll give you the numbers in terms of dollars that is being put out there for Reed Blankenship, Dallas Goedert, and Jaelan Phillips. Will Amy bring these players back? If not, what's her follow-up plan? And the latest on A.J. Brown? We'll tell you next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The NHL trade deadline is today. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Flyers lost its final game before the deadline last night against the Utah Mammoth, 3-0. On Patterson's Anthony Sanfilippo joined us yesterday morning on who could be traded before today's deadline.
I don't think anybody is as good as gone. I think there are two guys who, in my mind, are the most possible. Both are 50-50 or even slightly less than 50-50, and that's Rasmus Ristolainen and Bobby Brink.
The Flyers and Sixers are both off tonight and back in action tomorrow night. And the NFL legal tampering period opens Monday at noon. The Eagles' key free agents include Jaelan Phillips, Dallas Goedert, Reed Blankenship, and Nakobe Dean. In the NFL news, though, the Rams have agreed to sign Cam Curl to a 3-year contract extension that's worth $36 million, $39 maximum. And we'll see how that impacts Reed Blankenship's asking price on the market as well. This update is brought to you by Apple Vacations. Spring into savings with Apple Vacations. Get up to $400 off, plus kids stay free at select resorts when you travel through December 15th. Book by April 9th at applevacations.com or call your travel advisor. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 8:28 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5. The Fanatic Giant of the K on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Amy Fadul. It's a Friday with Fadul. So, Amy, you're here regardless today.
That's right.
Ask Me Amy thing comes up at 9:47. So, text in your questions for Amy to 610-632-0975. Sean Rodman will put them to the side. So, the earlier you send them, the better. Ask Me Amy thing. It's Ask Me Anything. We change a letter. And the questions for Amy, we ask them at 9:47 from you. Your questions, she answers them. Text them in 610-632-0975. Now, speaking of Amy, you're going to get on the record. I will remind the people where I have been at so far this morning. Mm-hmm. We have talked about 4 players because there are 4 players hitting the free agent market that have played for the Philadelphia Eagles. It is March 6th. A.J. Brown is still an Eagle. So we are basing this conversation with A.J. Brown on the roster. We will play the audio from Ian Rappaport in a little bit. But Dallas Goedert, Nakobe Dean, Reed Blankenship, Jaelan Phillips. So we played some audio, Uncovering the Birds, Jeff McClain's great podcast. Albert Breer was on as a guest. So they kind of gave the range of where they think some of these players are going to get paid. Albert Breer believes Dallas Goedert could get $10 million a year. Without hesitation, yes. Pay him that money.
Correct.
For multiple reasons. One, he's a very good player. I said earlier today there is literally one nice thing I could say about Kevin Patullo. He figured out a way to get Dallas Goedert involved.
Led the Eagles in touchdowns.
That's the one good thing I could say about Kevin Patullo. I think Goddard's been underutilized his entire career, quite frankly. I know he's a talented player. He knows this system. He knows Jalen Hurts. So that's number one. Number two, you don't have anybody else in the building.
There's no other tight end currently under the roster.
Number three, the $20 million dead cap hit if he signs elsewhere. I'm still confused by how that works, but I trust the reporters. So even if Dallas Goedert goes, yo, you got that dead cap hit if you don't re-sign me. You want to up it a little bit? I would. If it's 12,
yeah,
I'm in.
12.
And if he does not come back, I still want another available tight end, either a K-Dot and Njoku's my number one. If Goddard's gone, David Njoku, my number one.
Yeah.
And I'm still drafting a tight end on day one or day two. So your thoughts on Goddard?
Yes. When you look at the offense, and granted, we don't know exactly what the offense is going to look like under Mannion, but it should be something similar to what they run out with Sean McVay, right? That's the idea.
Yep.
That's a very tight end friendly offense.
Absolutely.
2 tight ends are necessary to run that type of offense at its core, at its height. So the fact that they don't have one on their roster currently as an active player is problematic.
Yes.
That's why, for me, Dallas Goedert is a priority, especially at that price.
$10 million?
That's a steal.
I don't even
if it's 12.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I would say, you know what, Dallas? Out of the goodness of our heart, we'll make it 11.
Yeah, here's $11 million.
Yeah, because you took a pay cut last year, pat you on the bag with $11 million. Most businesses don't do that. All right, Reed Blankenship. Albert Breer and McClain both said around $10 million. DeCecco yesterday saw a prediction, I think it might have been a spot track or something, of 7.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit more realistic.
That is a monster difference for Reed Blankenship. If it's $10 million, out. No deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'd seen like the 7 or 8, and I thought that was a little bit more reasonable. I think that's more realistic, even on the open market, what he thinks he's going to be able to get and garner. I would be surprised if someone's going to give him $10+ million.
I'm also not a big fan of his. Again, respectfully, he has been great.
He's been fine.
When Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was there, Blankenship's role changed. He was more of the ball hawk. He was more of the let me beat the crap, hit somebody over the middle of the field, and he is
his size. He's very good at that role. Yeah, the finesse part is not necessarily part of his game, and so you want to make sure you have another piece to go with him that's going to match his skill set. But I think at $10 million, I would be way out on that.
No. But the scary thing is, if you let him walk, now you have Drew Makuba, who's an unknown, and who? Sidney Brown I never want to see him in an Eagles uniform ever again. They have a bunch of young guys that have been around, but that doesn't necessarily mean Keely Ringo was around once. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. They would have to go out and get somebody at that position, and it is a complex.
We've seen them try to do, and it's not been so successful.
It's a complex system with Vic Fangio, but I'm out. If it's $10 million,
that's just too rich.
Nakobe Dean, I think it's just he's gone.
Yeah, which is disappointing because if I had like carte blanche across and there was the paycheck was not factored in, he would be probably my number one, just the way that he's been able to play in this system. He or Jaelan Phillips, it would be 1 and 1A right there. But I think Nakobe Dean I would probably put up a little bit higher because I know what I have in him. Jaelan Phillips, we got to see from the jump. He was really, really good. Fell off a little bit, but I think with a full off season. But I think Nakobe Dean, no matter what, I just don't think they're going to be able to afford him at all. I think the price tag is going to be way too rich.
And you have his replacement. It's not
They've already lined up in Jihad.
This is the easiest one, right? Goedert, if he walks, you go, all right, who's the next free agent and who are you drafting?
Right.
Blankenship, it's,
well, we could figure it out, maybe.
Yeah. Nakobe Dean, it's like, all right, man. I will.
We already took your guy, but I really like Nakobe Dean.
I like him too.
He's going to be very successful.
Great in the community too. It's not just football. Yeah. He's great in the community, but I already have that's the easiest one for me. And yet I saw the unfiltered poll yesterday. He came in second.
Yeah,
the player that people want back.
People watched him and thought, wow, I think also you have a little bit of PTSD when some certain players leave because you know how good they are.
Sure.
Like Josh Sweat, you're like, that would have been really nice to have.
Yeah, it would have been nice. But then you trade for Jaelan Phillips.
Yeah, but having extra linebackers is just not something that we're used to having here in Philadelphia.
Right. And by the way, you have Zach Bond. You will have Jihad Campbell.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be that guy, but remember when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, it was not Nakobe Dean next to Zach Bond. It was Oren Burks because Nakobe Dean was hurt, and that has been an unfortunate, reoccurrence for his career. Lastly is Jaelan Phillips. And the number that Albert Breer gave on Jeff McClain's podcast was a $20 to $25 million a year range. And so it's fascinating because we do the Twitter poll. Unfiltered has Jaelan Phillips comes in at number one for the guy that people want back the most. But as soon as we put out the totals in our Twitter poll, the number?
Yeah, that's a little much.
58% of the people say no. And $20 to $25 million for an edge rusher that had a collective 5 sacks last year, both with the Dolphins and the Eagles, has never had double-digit sacks in a season. I know that scares people. But the double-digit sack guys are getting 40. I am taking Jaelan Phillips back on $20 to $25 million because it's not just about sack totals with Phillips. It's setting the edge. I talked about earlier, Amy. There's a reason why Bryce Huff didn't play. It wasn't just because of his inability to get to the quarterback. Vic Fangio was like, look, if I put him on the field and they run his way, he stinks. Whereas Jaelan Phillips does not stink in that account. So you're paying a guy that does not just one thing really well, it does a lot of things pretty well, $20 to $25 million. Instead of the going rate that is 40 plus, Donnell Hunter got $40 million last night from the Texans. He also had 15 sacks last year, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that market, it is a very large market as far as what the contracts are, but that's for guys that are really producing at such a high clip, and they are featured heavily in those defenses. And not to say that Jaelan Phillips can't be featured heavily, but the way that it's run, he is a key component off the edge of a very good defense, but he's not the component. And I just think
it's the interior pressure.
Right. I just feel like $25 million is a lot.
Do you like George Karlaftis with the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Solid edge
Very
rusher.
good.
Chris Jones, obviously their defensive tackle. It's what Chris Jones does that helps everyone else out. How does that sound familiar? It's what Jalen Carter does that helps everybody else out.
Yes.
Karlaftis had 6 sacks last year. It's not like George Karlaftis had some 15-sack season. He's had one season in his career where he reached double digits. 6, 10.5, 8, 6. So it's actually gone down back-to-back seasons. But nobody's saying Karlaftis is a bad player, and he's getting paid, I think, $22 a year. So that's kind of the going rate for that style of player.
Yeah, it's just that's a lot for me. But I get it. And he'll probably get that, and that's one of the reasons I think that the Eagles just don't think they're going to be able to pull the trigger.
Okay. I hope it gets done. I'm on the record. I am paying him that money. What do we got in the text line about that at 610-632-0975? We also have to announce our next qualifier. But what do we got on the discussion about getting on the record players that you would re-sign, and if you don't re-sign them, what's the follow-up?
Yeah, this person checking in saying, I want Jaelan Phillips back. It's in the range that these players are going for right now, especially like you mentioned, Karlaftis. I want him back because we need another edge.
Yeah. He walked in and the defense changed. That's the other thing.
And he was so happy here when he first walked in. So I think that, I'm not going to say he's going to give a hometown discount, but I think if it was everything's the same, Eagles come in with the same money as another team, I would think that he's going to it feels like he might choose what he knows and where he's comfortable.
Yeah, he loved it here. But then again, if he gets the big payday, considering his injury history from another team, I wouldn't be surprised if he took it. But like, I get it, guys. You want a guy that has double-digit sacks. Me too. But that guy's not available unless you want to trade for a player. But people don't want to make trades. Nobody wanted to trade for Trey Hendrickson. Nobody wanted to trade Nolan Smith for Myles Garrett, which I laughed at. Oh, but then you have to pay him the money. Yeah, you know what you're paying for, though? 27 sacks or however many sacks Myles Garrett gets. Like, that's what you're paying for. You would be paying $20 to $25 million for a player that's going to give you what that money is right now in the NFL. That's just kind of the range of what you're getting. All right, before the break, Robin, you told me that Rappaport had something quick to say about the A.J. Brown thing. Did you get any insight on it?
I don't. It's from his TikTok. He essentially says where A.J. Brown could be headed to. I'm not sure if it was from a live or what, but it's a quick little clip of saying where he believes they're going.
So this certainly seems like it's going to be the Patriots or the Eagles for A.J. Brown, with an answer likely coming pretty soon.
All right, so an answer coming likely pretty soon.
I mean, wouldn't you rather get this kind of done before the draft and all that?
Unless you don't want the cap hit, which I know a lot of people don't want that.
June 1st is
it's the pre-June 1st, post-June 1st. If it's post-June 1st, the cap hit gets spread out. If it's pre-June 1st, then you get hit with I think it's like $40 million up front.
Yeah,
and I will keep on saying it. I'll deal with it. If I get draft picks for this draft, which I think is, I said it yesterday, Amy, a state of the franchise importance level draft this year, because you have to draft not just for this year, but like for replacements of very key players.
Lane Johnson.
We went through it. Right tackle, Lane Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Tight end, Dallas Goedert, who's been here for a while. Even if Dallas Goedert doesn't come back, you still need another tight end. If A.J. Brown does go, you need a wide receiver that you hope can get 1,000 yards. Safety. Hey, we stopped talking about cornerback, too.
Cornerback.
That was the biggest talking point throughout the season for a lot of people last year. You still need that. Guard, we're getting to that point. Landon Dickerson, flirting with retirement.
Yeah.
That's another talking point.
Don't forget the kicker.
And the kicker. That's a lot of key players that you want to be here, not just for this window that's happening right now, but to keep the window open moving forward. And so if I'm going to trade A.J. Brown, which I keep on saying I don't want to, but if somebody's giving me a first and a second, I want one of those picks to happen immediately. I want it in April.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll deal with the cap. It sucks, but whatever. I'm in. All right. Did you see the Girl Scout cookie thing? Did you hear me talking about it on the way in?
I did.
All right, you have two boys. But
I'm an avid supporter of the Girl Scouts.
Would you allow the Girl Scouts to be outside of a dispensary?
Smart business.
It's a genius business. Now, I understand there's some people that would be like, well, why would you want little girls to know what cannabis is? I think little kids know what beer is.
I was telling Austin when I walked in, I recently was at the Fine Wine and Spirits store here in Pennsylvania, and there were some Girl Scouts set up outside of that.
Yeah.
And they had like a little thing that said, what goes better with wine than chocolate? And they had like little pairings. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Pinot Noir does pair nicely with Thin Mints. I will take 2 boxes.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
You know what pairs well with cannabis? Anything.
Food.
Period. It's a genius idea. We will find out today if they allow it. It's not that the dispensary is not going to allow it. He loved it. The owner of the dispensary. It's whether or not the leaders of the troops.
They're outside of the store. They're not inside the store. They're on a sidewalk, a public sidewalk.
And a very happy sidewalk. Just saying.
It's got good foot traffic.
Speaking of experience, it's like everybody's in a good mood.
One of the things about Girl Scout cookies is selling is about learning about how business works. That's just good business.
Yeah, right.
Supply and demand.
All right, coming up next, we'll get more text messages. I'll give you the next Name That Eagle free agent for your chance to get a spot in Knockout. We also have the $50 gift card to Rita's, so we're going to have 2 winners today. But on a Thursday afternoon, Amy, we had an afternoon rage bait article dropped. This station's supposed to be about no rage bait. Well, we didn't write it.
Oh.
But we will react to it.
Okay.
On a Friday morning. That comes your way next. Also, unwritten rules in society. I texted Robin about this 2 days ago, and I wanted to save it for today. We're going to do a discussion about unwritten rules in society, and we need to come up with a list. It's Kincade Salciunas, Amy in, John's out, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let me tell you about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. FanDuel, Friday nights, they just got a little louder because of NBA happy hours live on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Maybe Amy goes to that fine wine, good spirits store, picks up a bottle of Pinot Noir, picks up a box of Girl Scout cookies, and also says, you know what? Let me go to my FanDuel Sportsbook app because every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, they have their own version of happy hour. FanDuel's running limited specials to pregame your weekend. We're talking boosts, bonuses, surprise, all dropping right in the app. So look, on a Friday, I'm already telling you, I don't have fun anymore. My fun is Coop. Here's your bowl of goldfish. The World Baseball Classic first pitches tonight at 8 o'clock. But there's also going to be basketball games. And so my version of fun is betting on said basketball games. 3-point shots, whether it's spreads, money lines, you name it, so much to choose from. Perfect way to kick off the weekend. A little basketball, a little action, and a whole lot of Friday energy. That's NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. You got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 8:48 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's a Friday with Fadul. Amy here, Johnny on vacation. All right, Sean, who was our latest qualifier? What we're doing today for the pair of tickets to the Sixers game in the spot and knockout, and the second winner or first winner, however we do it, we'll get the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. The warm weather is finally hitting next week, I think, because it keeps on getting pushed, and now it's going to rain. We'll see, but one of these days we will have sun. The sun will be visible at some point in 2026. But the latest free agent was Alshon Jeffrey. Who was the qualifier that we got for Alshon Jeffrey?
That would be Chris Burkhart from Aston, PA.
All right, congratulations, Chris. Here's your next one. I give you the position, the year, and the college. I've been giving you a little bit more recent ones. But how about I give you running back, 1995, Notre Dame.
Oh.
Text it in, 610-632-0975. If you get it right, you could be one of our qualifiers for the pair of tickets to the Sixers Bulls game spot and knockout, as well as the $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. All right, so I saw an article on Fox yesterday, Amy, and I get it. A lot of times we get upset about just talking about things. But I find things interesting because I know sometimes we all react in different ways. And I also like to react whether I agree or disagree with said story. So Henry McKenna writes for the NFL for Fox Sports. The last time I mentioned Henry McKenna, a lot of people not happy with Henry McKenna because he picked the 49ers to beat the Eagles in the playoff game. We did a running tally, if people don't remember or weren't a part of the show at the time, the running tally of the national media members and who they were speaking. And it was like 50-50. I think the Niners actually had a slight edge.
Yeah.
Henry McKenna was the first person that I saw on record to make a pick on the game. He picked the Niners, and people were outraged by it. Well, he was right, unfortunately. He did an article of the NFL quarterback tiers in terms of their trade value. Every starting or projected starting quarterback by every team.
Did he account for their contracts? Is that part of it, or just the trade value as
Probably
far as
just
performance?
trade. I think just trade value. So he did have a list of untouchables. Untouchable number
Mahomes.
1, Mahomes. Yeah. 2, Josh Allen. 3, Joe Burrow. 4, Drake May. All right, runner up for MVP. Didn't really show up well. Untouchable? Untouchable?
I mean, I would even go say, I don't know, Burrow's untouchable because
the injuries, yeah.
But also because it's the Bengals, and they'll do all kinds of dumb stuff.
Well, except for paid players on defense.
Which is also dumb.
That's a dumb thing. You're right.
For May, it might also be because of the contract as well.
Sure, because he's on his
deal.
rookie deal. Yeah, you're right. Lamar's 5.
I think that's...
Jordan Love, an untouchable quarterback?
I don't think Lamar is untouchable either.
I wouldn't trade Lamar.
No,
if
I
was
wouldn't
the
either.
Ravens. But Jordan Love, he's good.
Ray would agree.
I know Ray would agree.
Yeah, big high one.
All right, the second tier was the Godfather offer. I'm going to make him an offer that you can't refuse.
Right.
And Ray Dunn is furious at me that I even brought up Jordan Love as an untouchable, questioning that. Godfather offers Justin Herbert, Caleb Williams, Dak, Jaden Daniels, Purdy. If I'm the Niners.
You're telling me you can't find whatever you have in Brock Purdy elsewhere?
For $25 million less?
I don't think you need to be a Godfather offer.
No,
a good offer.
Brock Purdy's okay.
He's an average, slightly above average quarterback. Slightly.
You know who's more than slightly above average? His coach.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they won games with Mac Jones. That's why he was able to get to title games with Jimmy Garoppolo.
One of the best players of all time, catching anything and running all over.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Godfather, that's interesting. And Trevor Lawrence. Notice I've not yet mentioned Jalen Hurts' name. So the next couple tiers are the mega blockbuster, the blockbuster, first round value, and day 3 value. Where do you think Jalen Hurts falls in those tiers?
First round value?
No, he actually makes it in the mega blockbuster
Well,
value,
he should.
which he should.
He should be up there a little bit. The next one, I would think, because I would imagine, and I don't know his reasoning behind this, but if you're evaluating these on trade value, it's what they mean to your team and what you think you can get in return as far as that new quarterback operating your offense.
Yeah.
Right? So the reason that Trevor Lawrence is in there is because they know what they have in him. They finally got him to where they feel like it's a good
Went
fit
really
with
well
Liam
last
Cohen.
year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now it's like, why would we mess that up again? I would think I actually, because of that, I might put him higher because they finally figured out how to use that guy.
Yeah.
But to not have Jalen Hurts, I think, a little bit higher is kind of weird to me.
Well, he explains himself. Remember the whole that's tired, this is wired kind of thing?
Oh, yeah.
He said, tired, what if Eagles trade A.J. Brown? Wired, what if the Eagles traded Jalen Hurts? Because a lot of the A.J. Brown stuff is reportedly about how the offense is run and how the ball is thrown to him, which means the quarterback. Look, I'm not looking to trade Jalen Hurts at all.
No.
All right, like this is a hang-up. But, I don't think he's like a you can't trade him guy.
He's not God tier as for whatever the first one was.
No, I mean, and by the way, his contract next year, the guaranteed money's over. This is the last year of guaranteed money. So, who knows? Who knows, man? If he bounces back, has another stellar season, all right.
Yeah, I think that you want to see what he does in this offense and to see where he's able to go. Because you've seen flashes of it in the past when they had a functional offense. Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Shane Steichen.
Yeah, and he was great in those. Runner-up for MVP in one year, and he would have won it had he not missed 2 games because of injury.
And then the other times where he had
Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo. Stinky. It was a rage bait article. It got me. I clicked.
You clicked on it.
I read. We talked. All right. Coming up next, you'll hear the little reset of the show, and we'll talk a little bit about what else is going around the NFL. But I want to get this out now so that you can start sending in some answers. YouTube, text line. I want to put together a list of unwritten rules in society. As I was driving to my event the other day in Ardmore, and of course it was at 6:30, and that means I was driving during rush hour, I saw a car following an ambulance to avoid the traffic.
No.
You can't do that.
That's not.
That is an unwritten rule that you just can't do. Don't do that. You're an a-hole. Are you celebrating that there's a guy potentially having a heart attack? Like, if you get to your destination quicker,
And
do you pound your buddy and
that
say,
extra 3
hey,
minutes?
man,
Yeah. That extra 3 minutes faster.
that heart attack, that was good for us. I want you to send in some unwritten rules in society. I'm sure you have some as well. We see things happen daily, I would imagine. Text those in, 610-632-0975. We reset the topics. Jaelan Phillips. Did his market change yesterday? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Where could A.J. Brown end up? I'm Sean Rodman, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport posted on his TikTok saying that there's down to 2 spots for A.J. Brown where he could end up next season.
So this certainly seems like it's going to be the Patriots or the Eagles for A.J. Brown, with an answer likely coming pretty soon.
Well, that answer pretty soon. Well, we got an answer on where DJ Moore's heading yesterday. He was traded from the Bears reportedly to the Bills for a 2nd and 5th round pick. We'll see how that trade impacts a potential A.J. Brown trade if he stays here in Philadelphia or heads to maybe New England like Ian Rappaport suggested. Flyers fell to the Mammoth last night 3-0, the final game before the NHL trade deadline, which is at 3 p.m. today. Flyers and Sixers are off tonight, and they're back in action tomorrow. This update is brought to you by Papa John's. Introducing new pan pizza from Papa John's. Order a medium one-top pan pizza, just $11.99 when you download the Papa John's app or at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
I know we joke around about how much I love Jaelan Phillips, but I do think he's a really talented player. And I don't get caught up in the number of sacks as much as John does. I see what everything else that Jaelan Phillips does on the field. However, depending on the price tag, I get what John's saying. If he was one of these players that was projected to get 35 to 40, if not more than $40 million, yeah, no. My $40 million edge rusher needs to be a walking double-digit sack guy. Like you saw with Danielle Hunter yesterday with the Texans. He got paid a lot of money. That guy's been a double-digit sack guy for like the last 5 or 6 seasons. Jaelan Phillips has not been that. The biggest thing is the injuries. Rookie year played 17 games. Second year played 17 games. Then he plays 8 and 23, 4 and 24. But last year he played a full season, 17 games, 9 with the Dolphins, 8 with the Eagles. The only week he was off was the Week 18 game where they took off. Because remember, he missed his bye when he was traded from Miami, because the bye happened after the trade deadline, and the bye happened previously of the trade deadline for the Eagles. So he played a full season, and I thought he was impactful. $20 million? I'm strongly considering that.
Now back to the show.
All right, so we've been getting on the record today, Amy in, it's a Friday with Fadul, about the 4 players that are hitting free agency, the most noteworthy ones. We did have a texter saying, don't forget about Braden Mann, and I agree, Braden Mann, team MVP last year. But Dallas Goedert, Nakobe Dean, Reed Blankenship, Jaelan Phillips. Those are the 4 players that we've been talking about today. Let's check our Twitter poll. Is it still up, Mr. Rodman?
It's still up and performing.
Thank you to my friend Dr. Avidan Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. It was 4 hours strong yesterday on Unfiltered, where they were asking you who of those 4 players you'd want back the most. And 50%, almost 50% of the audience voted Jaelan Phillips. But we have our own poll today. Is that right, Sean?
Yes, we do. Albert Breer mentioned earlier he believes that Jaelan Phillips could sign a contract worth around $20 to $25 million. And quite frankly, would you do it at that value? Right now, no, leading the way at 59% to 41% yes.
So almost 50% of people on the Unfiltered poll said, yeah, we want Jaelan Phillips back the most. Almost 60% of our audience says,
wait a minute.
For that money? I'm not doing that. I mentioned there was a guy, Jerry Pennington, who responded to the poll saying, for 2 sacks and 14 tackles, WTF. Now, he looked at just the Eagles numbers, but he only had 5, like even with the Dolphins numbers. Yeah. It's not like he had some tremendous year. I got to bleep that and F that from Mel on our Twitter account. People don't want to pay Jaelan Phillips $20 to $25 million, and I will once again just bring up the George Karlaftis comp because
it's a similar role and now a similar paycheck.
Yeah, I think Karlaftis gets 22, so it's not that far off, unless you think I can find somebody in the draft that can do the exact same amount of production for far less money. And if that's your plan, again, what we're asking you to do today when you get on the record, if you say no to Jaelan Phillips, it's easy to say F no. And to Mel's credit, he did mention some draft picks that he'd want. A lot of people just say no and then they move on. I would like to know, if you say no, what's your follow-up? Are you that comfortable with Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt going into another year? Because if you remember, that was one of the bigger concerns last year.
And then they went out and got Jaelan Phillips.
And they had a trade for Jaelan Phillips. And Nolan Smith, like Nakobe Dean, gets hurt a lot. And after that, by the way, you know how much Vic Fangio likes cycling in guys. Who's the depth? BG, like for 8 snaps. Like, who's the depth at edge?
He's not under contract.
Yeah. He says he wants to be back, so we'll see. Who's the depth at edge?
There is no depth, which is exactly why you went out and got Jaelan Phillips and had Brandon Graham come out of retirement.
By the way, Jaelan Phillips ended up being the starter.
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't just he was traded for to add depth. He was traded for to be the starter.
He was traded for to be the starter because you realize, we needed somebody better and that can play. And then they realized they needed depth, so they asked Brandon Graham to come back out of retirement. I mean, these were problems that they solved mid-season. Wouldn't it be nice to have them solved before the season started? So you get a whole off season with the players. You get training camp with these players. That to me is like the one thing when they talk about Jaelan Phillips' production. And I get it. It wasn't this monstrous of like he came in and just wreaked havoc and had 6 sacks just here alone in that span. his role doesn't necessarily produce the number of sacks.
Right.
So I think that that's probably one part of it. But two, he arrived and hit the ground running, I thought, with pretty good
great.
success.
Literally the first 2 games, he was the impact player on defense.
When you try to extrapolate that out to a full off season and then the regular season, I think that the numbers could bear it out, and then I think that's where you can justify paying the $20 million.
All right, we'll get to the text line on that, but we're also doing unwritten rules in society. So a couple of people have chimed in, social media and YouTube. I appreciate you guys about the ambulance thing, saying, well, what if they were following the ambulance because?
Yeah, but then when you see them pull off in a different exit.
Yes, and that's what I saw.
And that's the thing.
Just
I've seen somebody get pulled over for that.
Oh, so
they were following the cop. The cop had put them through.
Yeah.
It was part of the C, so to speak. And then all of a sudden, there was a car. There was 2 actually that pulled up. And we're like, all right, we were on whatever 76, but they didn't realize there was another cop car trailing, and he just went boop boop, pulled them right over. You can't.
But is it? So
It's illegal.
Hold on. I looked this up. It is illegal if you're right behind the ambulance.
Well, they were right behind the cop car.
Okay.
I don't know if he gave him a ticket.
Sure,
they definitely pulled them over.
Maybe he was just like, yo, dude, why'd you got to do that?
But
it is not illegal to be 3-car distance length, right? That's the normal.
Right.
That's what
if
it's
you let
supposed
it go,
to be.
and then you go, but it's such a bad look, isn't it?
It's a horrible look, and I believe that is an unwritten rule in society. So yes, I understand what you guys are saying. I saw the person go in a different direction than where the ambulance went. They were just using them to avoid traffic. Dawood chimes in. Great one. Unwritten rule in society. If you're in line at a supermarket or a drive-thru, have your card or payment ready.
Or you're trying to get into the Xfinity Mobile Arena and you have to pay for parking.
Oh, I got to pay for parking?
Oh, let me find my...
Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't know that it's not cash only anymore, or it's card
you
only.
have to do something. Have your wallet out.
Yeah.
The fact that and I love it. I'm behind these people that are trying to, and they're having a conversation.
Oh yeah.
There's no conversation.
No, I'm trying to get inside, please.
The people are like, "Give me money," and you're like, "Hey, how much is it?"
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Hand over your money.
But Dawood, I see it all the time. It's and look, I will say, if you're at a grocery store where you don't have a bagger, because I don't, my ShopRite, I am the bagger. Because I don't want the person to check it out and then also I'm not a jerk. So I help bag and I'm efficient. Bang. I'm in.
Because do you line it in my car?
Hell
on
I
the conveyor belt, it's lined up.
Yes,
this is
specific.
the order.
Yes, the
So we can-
colds, frozen stuff's on the same spot. The poultry is on the same spot.
That's right.
But I usually have my card out of my wallet and in my pocket so I can just quickly go to it. But I overthink everything. We have texts on both the Jaelan Phillips discussion, so if you can get the Jaelan Phillips ones first so that Scott doesn't hate me. But if we can also get some of the unwritten rules on the text line, I would appreciate it. And then I want you guys to give me one, too.
An unwritten rule.
All right, first up, Phil from Jersey checks in. He says, for Jaelan Phillips, maybe let him have a bye week next year. That'll probably help. Let's bring him back.
Yeah, he did not have a bye week last year until the week 18. They decided not to play the starters because he missed the bye with the Eagles, and the bye after the trade deadline was for the Dolphins, so he never got to have a bye week. I don't know if that's why.
Right, hit a little bit of a wall.
He actually, one of his worst games, unfortunately, was the playoff game, and that was after a bye week. So maybe he's a guy that needs to keep on playing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What else we got?
All right, next up, this person checking in saying, Phillips 100% is the top priority with Reed Blankenship next. I'd rather roll with Latu at tight end than Sidney Brown at safety.
Wait.
Oh.
So he'd rather Reed Blankenship over Goedert if you're keeping 2, essentially.
No.
I don't know that I agree with that at all.
No, I would rather find somebody that I can find comparable to Reed Blankenship. The drop-off from Dallas Goedert to Cam Latu, with all due respect.
No. Mm-mm.
I'm gonna say this as respectfully as possible. Who is Cam Latu? I know who Cam Latu is, but are you really saying yeah,
You just need
this
to look
guy's
and
gonna
see.
be able to step right in?
11 touchdowns in the regular season for Dallas Goedert. The quarterback's best friend, and I mean that not like Jalen's best friend, but in this offense, the best friend is the tight end. The offense that they're going to run, based on Sean McVay, has 2 tight ends.
Yeah. Cam Latu has never recorded a reception in the NFL, and you're I disagree. Thank you for the input. We don't have to
Appreciate
yell and
you.
scream at each other. A lot of people yell at me whenever I say something they don't agree with. I don't have to yell back. I just disagree. with said text. All right, Amy, you tell me, is there an unwritten rule in society that you have?
You have to return your shopping cart.
Yes.
I don't understand. I think that should be a requirement to like do things in life, like to vote or get a driver's license.
I agree.
Because that says a lot about people. If you are the one that you've taken and down south they call it a buggy. Your buggy.
Your buggy.
That's what my grandma used to call it. Take your buggy to your car. It's a wonderful thing to get all of your stuff in, whether you're at Target or the grocery store, and you put it in your cart, and you take it to your car, and you put the hatch up, and you put it in there, and then you think, can't possibly walk 10 feet over there.
No, it's entitlement because they go, well, somebody gets paid to do it. That's the entitlement in this society.
Or they put it up on like that little like median or curb.
Yeah, and now somebody has to pull that down and then also lock it into the 600 other shopping carts that they're
Or there's like an open parking space and they just put it in there.
And now you take away somebody's parking space.
You're driving up and you can't. Come on.
Yeah. No, I think you're right in terms of you should only be allowed to vote if you are somebody that puts away your cart. I agree with you. I'll add one. Now, this will never, if I was president, I would make this happen. I doubt that it would ever happen. You know how some countries make you serve in your army?
Yes.
For at least a year or something like that. I would make every citizen in the United States of America to at least work not even a year.
Couple of shifts.
6 months in a food serving industry.
You should have to work in some kind of service, like people facing service industry.
Yeah, because my father, God bless him, my dad never worked in the food service industry. There is a difference between if he and I go out to the bar by ourselves or go to dinner or something, right? Because bars is a little bit easier. They're right there. He's the, how come nobody's come here yet? What's taking so long? And I, as a former Applebee employee, go, yo, Dad, it might be backed up in the kitchen.
It could be weeds. You don't know what's going on.
Do you see how many people are here?
Exactly.
For all I know, the person's first day on the job is today. I used that excuse for about a month until I had a reoccurring customer, and I could no longer use that excuse.
Hey, I'm new here.
Hand raised. Sean, I know you work in the food service industry, so would you agree with that rule?
That's
if I was would I receive your vote?
I received both. You received both my votes.
Yeah.
I have had that numerous times where I go out with somebody and like that, and it's like, could be backed up, could be whatever. Now, if it's a slow day and no one's come over, different story. But for Amy, question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
I used to work at a place that was, I guess you'd say, fast casual, and there's a food market, it's like a supermarket down in the same shopping center, and people would bring their shopping carts with their stuff filled into the restaurant to order takeout.
Yeah, you can't do that.
What?
No,
Yes.
you could.
They couldn't possibly go to their car to put their
Make
their
two
groceries away before they go pick up their food?
Too often this would happen.
No.
Not my unwritten rule, but along those lines with people ordering food or people.
The cart is a vehicle to get the groceries from the store or your purchases from the store to your car. And then it goes back to its return, and it's called cart return. So someone can pick them up and give them to another. This is not hard.
No.
It does not go in another restaurant. There's ones, so when I lived in South Philly, there was the Acme down there, and it would like lock because people would try to take it outside because they wanted it, because they wanted to take it home.
Sure.
Because that's how they got their groceries, because they didn't take their car. But I'm like, that was a choice that you made. That's the choice that you made.
Yeah.
So get your little buggy, get your own buggy.
Now you got to.
Can't take the Acme's
pretty
buggy.
much like a walk of shame.
Can you imagine?
You're
walking it back like up past Oak Avenue.
Yeah, that's on you. D Flyers chimes in. I'm thinking I know what you're saying. D Flyer says, do not use the ATM only lane to use the teller. I'm guessing what you're saying is don't do your banking at the ATM machine. If you're doing the drive-through, go to the one where
there's the one, because
I completely agree.
Because sometimes it's the very first lane.
Yes.
Right, because it's got the ATM at the end.
Yeah, where you're
and
doing
you
the
could
withdrawals, you're putting in the different accounts. Like, no.
But you could also.
Or park the freaking car and go inside.
I can't remember the last time I went inside. Use the app.
Oh, yeah, no, that's true, too. All right, what else we got on the text line about sports? And I will give you the next free agent in Eagles franchise history. Did we get our latest qualifier?
Yes, we did. I got to figure out where the text went because there's a lot of unwritten rules that came in.
Okay. The answer was Ricky Waters, by the way. It was running back 1995 Notre Dame, and it was Ricky Waters. What do we got on the text line?
All right, next up we have I'd want to keep Reed Blankenship. The money isn't too bad for me. I think he's a good player and a leader in this team. He makes an impact that we don't necessarily see back there.
Yeah, look, the leadership, I understand. That's an important one for a lot of people. And he was a captain, and he was part of the leadership council that Darius Slay talked about. A.J. Brown's a captain. And we've been talking about trading him for months. So Reed Blankenship was a captain. Part of it, I imagine, because he deserved it, right? I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve it. B, he's also, I think, the second longest tenured Eagle right now, which is
Slay's
crazy.
the one that basically said, he's the guy. He's going to be the guy.
Yeah.
You got to be the guy in this locker room.
But I don't want to pay him if the going rate on Spot Track and all these websites is $7 million, and Albert Breer and Jeff McClain are telling you 10. I'm not paying him an extra $3 million because of his leadership, especially because I think he has limitations on the field. If you were to tell me that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's coming back for his third tenure,
you'd have been like,
let's
all
go.
right.
Because I know that the two of them pair well back there. He is not paired well with anybody else. Sidney Brown, Tristan McCollum, Drew Makuba. I mean, we didn't really get much of an opportunity to see that because of Drew Makuba's injury. But I'm not paying extra money because of what he does behind the scenes. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing that. What else we got on the text line, Sean?
All right. Matt Marshall is our next qualifier, by the way.
Congratulations to Matt.
Next up on the text line, we have someone checking in with Jaelan Phillips. This person saying that Jaelan Phillips is definitely the priority. The Eagles Super Bowl 2 years ago behind a great pass rush with 4 guys. Seattle won the Super Bowl in large part due to their pass rush. Phillips is definitely the priority.
Yeah, I mean, we've now seen in back-to-back years that defense wins championships in a good ground game. And so if my defense is better with Jaelan Phillips, which it was, I don't really think twice about that. And again, I know 20 to 25 million scares people off when they see the production statistically.
Because they just want to see bigger numbers on the sacks. But
right. But the bigger number guys are getting 40. Like, edge rusher is a premier position in the NFL.
Jalen Carter's contract.
Yeah.
He's not even that, but that's like.
But he's going to get a ton because
that's the
trenches.
level money. Exactly. Yeah. That's the level money you're looking at. For
but these edge rushers, like TJ Watt's getting paid close to $40 million. Why? Because he sets records.
Sack leader.
Yeah, like that. Miles Garrett's
for a whole year.
Miles
Garrett now
billions of dollars because of the amount of sacks that he gets. Jaelan Phillips is going to get half of what those players get because he does half of that production sack-wise.
And he sets up those guys for that purpose, right? That's not his exact role.
No. Vic Fangio defense, it's interior pressure. All right, let me give you the next name. Name that Eagles free agent signing. 2017 quarterback, Arizona. A person that gets it right, 610-632-0975. Text that in. One lucky qualifier will be drawn. I wonder.
That was a good free agent pickup that year.
I would hope everyone gets this one right.
Good Lord.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if people will know that.
Yeah, they will.
Oh.
Don't let me down.
Maybe they don't. All right, Sean, you said people have been texting in unwritten rules in society. I saw somebody on our YouTube chat say, like, we've come up with 1 billion, so that's going to be kind of hard to keep track of. But I think if it feels right, you as a person should just say, all right, this is the right decision or wrong decision. Like, I don't think anybody leaving the cart feels good about themselves. They probably just feel like, somebody else is going to do it. That's not really nice. What do we got?
All right, next up we have Sid from Mount Airy. Unwritten rule on the highway. The left lane is for passing, not for driving next to someone or a Sunday drive.
I agree. I mean, you guys know how I feel. I've literally ripped Jeff Kerr. Jeff Kerr came after me on social media once. Well, some people like to do the speed limit. All right, do the speed limit in the right lane. There's a speed limit. Use in the right lane. The left lane is for passing.
That's literally it's a written rule.
That's what it's for.
That's a written rule.
Yeah, you're right.
That is
actually
a written rule.
You're right.
That is in the DMV handbook. That is a written rule.
That's a good point. What else we got?
It's not an unwritten rule. That's a written rule.
All right, next person checks in. Speakerphone in public.
Oh.
I can even go one further as well.
Speaking of, did you see, I don't know if it's official yet or they're considering doing it, what an airline, I can't believe we have to do this.
What?
United Airlines.
I did see this.
has updated its policy to require passengers to use headphones when listening to audio or watching video content. Now, you may say, who the hell isn't doing that? Last flight I was on, coming back from Clearwater, from Tampa, John and I were at the Eagles-Bucks game because of Philly sports trips. We got a later flight from the rest of the crew because we did the show down there. So we weren't on the charter flight with everybody else. The guy 3 or 4 rows in front of me, I kid you not, was watching a movie on his phone because it was a short enough flight where we didn't have the screens in front of us. He was watching a movie on his phone with the audio.
So everyone could hear it?
Yes.
That is just wrong.
Like you suck. Like, I'm sorry, you stink as a person. If you
Who's
think
sitting next to him? I would have been like, yo, dude.
Even if it's your buddy.
That's not.
Like, the person behind you.
This ain't that guy.
Like, you stink. You are a bad person.
There's a lot of, like, unwritten rules that are going to be on planes.
Should be take a shower before you go on a plane, too.
Great one,
keep your
Sean.
shoes on.
I had sat next to someone for a 6-hour flight. Didn't shower before.
That's tough.
That's horrible. And that air's just circulating.
And they were wearing
The same air.
What they were wearing was like a Manchester City thing, and I'm a Manchester United fan, so that's like Cowboys or a Giants fan equivalent.
Oh, man. And they smelled.
Yeah.
All right. Any word on
Not yet.
Okay. Coming up next, we'll continue to check our text line. And I want to know if Amy is in on the World Baseball Classic. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let me tell you about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. It's a Friday. Oh, you know, that's not a big day for me in terms of going out, but it is a big day for me in terms of my FanDuel Sportsbook app. Friday nights got louder because NBA Happy Hour is live on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's running limited time specials to pregame your weekend. We're talking boosts, bonuses, surprises, all dropping right in the app. And it's actually kind of perfect time for me because 6 o'clock is usually when we're already done dinner in the Salciunas household. We eat early, no shock. And then like 7 o'clock is when Coop's winding down a little bit. He wants to watch a little TV. So I could sit down next to him and just shift a little bit and have the FanDuel Sportsbook app cooking and start looking at some of the Friday specials because I love Friday Happy Hour on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. It's the perfect way to kick off the weekend. A little basketball, a little action, and a whole lot of Friday energy. That's NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. You got to be 21 plus, present Pennsylvania opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Who will stay and who will go for the Birds? I'm Sean Rodman, and the NFL legal tampering opens Monday at noon for NFL free agents. The Eagles' key free agents are Jaelan Phillips, Dallas Goedert, Nakobe Dean, and Reed Blankenship. NBC Sports Philadelphia's Barrett Brooks joined Unfiltered yesterday, and he told the guys what he thinks if Goedert will be back or not.
Well, I think that he is going to be gone. And, you know, simply because he outplayed his contract. He gave us a discount last year. They reworked his deal. He played for $10 million. I think he's going to get what he wants, you know, going into this year.
The Flyers lost to the Mammoth last night 3-0. It was the team's final game before the trade deadline that is at 3 p.m. today. In NFL news, DJ Moore was traded to Buffalo for a 2nd and 5th round pick. We'll see how that impacts a potential A.J. Brown trade as well. This update is brought to you by Uber Eats. Philly, you hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has a great deal waiting for you at Coco's Cookies and Creamery. From now to March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on a milkshake, all on the Uber Eats app. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
At youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, Amy, I know that on a typical Friday night, you and her husband, you leave the kids at home and you hit the clubs and, you guys party hard and you guys just, rip shots and all that kind of stuff.
Preschool trivia night, here we come.
Oh, that's big. Would you put a night of clubbing that you and your husband do every single Friday night? That is a real story. To the side for a week to watch the World Baseball Classic tonight.
Wow.
USA 8 o'clock.
That's a real topic that I was like, we were just having this conversation, like what can we do instead of this amazing club experience that we always do every Friday
every
night.
Friday you're there.
With our glow lights and everything.
Is Secret's still around?
Sure. Yes. Not that we don't go down.
Club Shampoo? Yeah. Is that one's?
That's a different room.
Is that one's
It's a
still
different
around?
area.
Onyx?
Onyx is definitely not still around, I don't think. But yes, I enjoy the World Baseball Classic. I love the team aspect of it. I love the level of competition. Like the little side stories, like the Czechia team. Yes.
Yeah.
You knew they were going to get work. But that pitcher that struck out Shohei Ohtani that's like an electrician, that's an amazing story.
That's cool.
That's a really cool thing. So I'm always for, you guys asked me this before the Olympics started. I love the Olympics. I love all of that stuff. So World Baseball Classic, I'm a big baseball fan anyway. So yeah, we will be at least tuning in.
Okay. I'm locked in. And
I know some people are on the fence about it. They're going to wait to the end.
Like John
He
hates
hates it?
Yeah, he hates it because of multiple reasons. It doesn't matter for anything, basically, he says.
How does it not matter?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, Amy. He is worried about injuries, which that's a fair one.
I get that.
Like that one, I can't disagree with John on that one. Like especially when half the Phillies roster is playing in the World Baseball Classic. Like I can't disagree with that. And it was interesting. Anthony Sanfilippo made a good point. We had him on yesterday. Talked both Phillies and Flyers as the NHL trade deadline is today at 3:00. Make sure you listen to Unfiltered. They'll be on when it happens. They'll have the Briere press conference later on as well. I asked Ant about Aaron Nola's last outing because he was hitting 94, which doesn't typically happen for Aaron Nola until May. And he goes, don't forget, he's ratcheting up for the World Baseball Classic. And I was like, oh, yeah. So a guy like Aaron Nola, who is definitely a routine-based person, went away from his routine a little bit, and could that impact him in some sort of way? I don't know. It may not. It may not. He might be fine. But could that impact him? And so anybody that brings up injuries, I don't blame anyone. Here's the thing. You can't stop them. They're playing. It's happening. So whether or not you're worried about injuries is one thing. You watching or not watching isn't going to impact whether a player gets hurt or not.
And that's the thing, don't you? I don't know. I mean, I think that I get that there's worries about injuries, or is this going to be affecting a team or the production of a certain player in July? Do I watch a game in March thinking about that? Do I watch a game in April thinking about that?
No, it's almost like you complain after the fact. Like it happened. Now I'm upset. If he did not play,
I think in Philadelphia, some of that comes from the PTSD of Joel Embiid in the Olympics.
Yeah.
I think there's a carryover there.
But I get if you were a Mets fan a few years ago and Edwin Diaz is celebrating and his leg blows up.
I feel like it's a fun thing. I think there's a good thing that comes out of it with as far as guys getting ready for the season. It's much more productive than some of the spring training games.
That's what I always say. Look, I get it. It did not work out for Trey Turner. Everyone points that out. But you're facing, once you get to a certain round, you might be facing the electrician from Czechia, but
you're gonna be. We all remember the Ohtani versus Trout. Great.
That gears you up a little bit.
That's
and
high
by
theater.
the way, it's entertainment.
It's high theater right there.
I'm watching. Sean brought up a great point earlier today. Good job, Sean. We were talking about would you buy tickets? If you were in the area.
Yeah.
It's a horrific seat in the Astros Stadium, not Minute Park anymore, whatever it's called nowadays. For $30. Pretty bad seat. It's left field, foul side, and tippity top, right? But you get to watch Bobby Witt Jr. lead off and play second, Bryce Harper bat second and play first base, followed by Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh.
In a meaningful game, not an all-star game.
Yeah. and
meaningful
the point that Sean made was there are people that are going to pay like $600 to watch those exact same players, and some of them might be on different teams. Like this is Country Pride, same team, all-stars that you would pay. We had a conversation, Connor and I, earlier in the week, the players that you would pay to see that are coming in town. Connor's anti that. I'm for it. It's all right. I'm a sportsman. He's not. There are certain, like, these are the players that you would pay to see. I want to watch them play.
People pay to see those guys regardless.
Yeah.
The Yankees fans pay to see Aaron Judge hit home runs. People pay to see Kyle Schwarber hit home runs. And now you could see those guys on the same team together and Bobby Witt's out there.
Yeah, I'm in. Sean, what's the World Baseball Classic text we got?
All right, there's a few World Baseball Classic texts that we have. First person checking in right here saying, I'm definitely watching the World Baseball Classic. This is one of the best events in baseball.
D Flyers, I think this is the second time you said it. It shouldn't be every year. It's not.
It's not every year.
3 years. What do you get that through your mind?
Maybe you thought Trey Turner was there last year.
Yeah, it was 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago. Time flies. I get it. Time flies.
Go the COVID thing. Kind of everybody glossed over that.
That's messed up everybody.
Everybody's timeline is completely off.
By the way, do we have a qualifier? Because we have to do one more name that free agent. Do we have a qualifier for the answer that was Nick Foles? And did anybody get it wrong?
I didn't see anyone getting it wrong,
right,
but
good.
Dwayne Perry is our next qualifier from Philadelphia.
Congratulations to Dwayne Perry. I will give the last one coming up at the end of this segment, and then we'll announce the winners of the knockout and the Rita's Water Ice gift card on the other side. What else we got on the text line? Do we have any other unwritten rules in society? Because that's what I'm kind of mostly interested in on this day.
I did just see someone that got it wrong as well. Josh McCown was an answer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
All right. I told you somebody would get it wrong.
All right. On the unwritten rules part, though,
we'll
go back to that.
Told you.
Someone said Josh McCown.
I told you.
I'll show you the text in the break too. I'm not kidding.
I'm not surprised. It happens.
This person checking in says parking in front of my effing driveway and has nothing to do with my household or neighbors.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, you mean like in front of their house, not like blocking their driveway?
I don't know if
I'm guessing because I feel like that's like there's certain neighborhoods where people like look out the door. It's like one of those memes that say like, "Oh, now you know you've reached adulthood," when you're just like staring out the window, like, "Who's parked in front of our street?" Because it's a public street, you should be able to park there, but it does get people pretty irate.
Yeah, but are we talking the driveway or the house?
I'm thinking you're parked in front of the house because if you're blocking a driveway, that is a written rule as well.
I would say, I mean, it says driveway. What I'm assuming is that like
they're parking.
One thing that bothers me if it's in front of the driveway on the other side of the street. If you back out, sometimes that's if the street's open. Why would you park in front of the behind the driveway backing out?
I've experienced that numerous times at my current residence. I don't think it's like I don't come close to hitting the person, but it's like, why would you?
Why would you even like think about? Well, there's no awareness.
Yeah, it might be a high schooler. What else we got?
Mike L and KOP says biggest unwritten rule for guys: you don't date your buddy's ex-girlfriend or boyfriend, I suppose, as well.
Yep.
Oh.
Do I have a bottle of anything to drink? I have a story on that, but I'm not going to do that one. Yeah.
That is definitely an unwritten
best friend. Oh yeah. That was a time.
I feel like that's also should be like a written rule. It's not.
Yeah.
That's a known.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's strong.
It was a bold move.
Do we still talk to this person?
No.
No. Yeah.
For other reasons. Oh.
Well.
We caught up a couple of years ago. But,
Still with that?
No.
Same?
Of course not.
No.
Oh, so blew up a friendship.
Yeah.
Wow. Strong.
Yeah. It was an interesting decision to make, I will say. All right, what else we got?
All right,
Let's go down memory lane here.
Next up, unwritten rule: don't ask someone if they're pregnant.
Yeah, like that's
just common sense. But
Amy,
you're right.
Being that you are the woman here, you could speak to that better than I can.
It's just one of those things. I don't even think about it. Like you need to have had a baby shower, and I need to have seen evidence of it for me to even think about it.
Yeah, Yeah. I have been in the presence of someone where
I've seen it happen. It is.
Oh yeah, I've seen it too.
so
It's really bad.
Cringeworthy.
But I've been in the presence where I know, like I was at a wedding last summer, and I've hung out with this girl before, and she could throw back, right? And she was not drinking at the wedding, which is like the ultimate sign. And I still didn't say anything because you just don't because what if they were just decidedly once in their life they wanted to be the designated driver,
dry, whatever, yeah.
And,
oh no!
And then you ask that question.
You can't.
No, you absolutely can't do that.
I said no. It better be so obvious, and they're like holding an ultrasound in front of you.
Yeah, no, it's horrible.
That's a good one. That's one I wouldn't have thought of, but that's a good one.
By the way, Scott McMullen says, "Chunas, don't feel bad, dude. It happened to me a couple years ago. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm fine. This was
clearly he's married
long time ago. Long time ago. But that's to the texter's point. That's a weird. It's weird for many reasons, other than just the friendship part. If you get what I'm saying, there's a lot of weirdness to that.
Yeah.
I don't really have to go into detail. You guys can use your math and your brain. To me, that's a little strange, in my opinion. All right. Let me give you one more. Name that free agent signing. So this one happened in 2017. So we're kind of sticking with that Super Bowl team. This one happened in 2017. I'll say defensive back because he bounced around a little bit. And he went to Florida State. So defensive back 2017, Florida State. Text in the answer of who you think it is. If you get it right, you'll be in the running to be one of our qualifiers. Sixers Bulls, March 25th. Pair of Sixers tickets and also the spot knockout. We're also giving away a $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. So text that in now. Coming up next, we will announce our winners, the gift card, $50 gift card, and also the Sixers tickets with the spot and knockout. We have Ask Me Amy thing. If you want to send in a question, anything for Amy, text them in, 610-632-0975. Sean will monitor the text line. Our YouTube community, start sending in some questions on YouTube. I will monitor the YouTube stuff. I always have a question for Amy, too, because Amy's a magical person, and you always have answers.
Sure.
So I always have a question handy as well. That comes your way next, as well as the winners. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny back on Monday after vacation here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
by the Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It was a tricky question because a lot of you guessed Ronald Darby because Ronald Darby was a cornerback that was acquired before the 2017 season for the Philadelphia Eagles, and he also went to Florida State. However, the Eagles traded for Ronald Darby.
These are free agents.
It has been free agents, and I have made that clear. Free agent signings with the new league year beginning next Wednesday, legal tampering Monday at 12 o'clock when everybody will have already been tampered with, and the deals will somehow already be the contracts. Amy, just knowing how this industry works, a contract takes a while to be put together.
Truly amazing that all these contracts are completely done.
Yeah.
All the little wrinkles are ironed out.
Everything. Every incentive.
At the first 60 seconds. Every incentive.
Diana Rossini, it's 12:01. Eagles are going to sign Saquon Barkley.
4-year, this, and this.
It's like, oh, wait.
Here's all the incentives he can make, how much more he can make if he hits the. Really?
Wow.
Huh.
That's really interesting.
So fast.
I wonder if this industry or other industries can learn from the NFL how to draw up contracts like that. Maybe they chat GPT it. I don't know.
They have Chick-fil-A run it.
That could be it too. All right, we'll do Ask Me Anything here momentarily. Text in your questions for Amy, 610-632-0975. And then we'll get to some of these YouTube. Send in a couple of questions as well. We got to announce our winners before we do it. So, do we have a qualifier for Patrick Robinson?
Yes.
Which is the correct answer.
Andre from Philadelphia.
All right. So are we doing the wheel spin again? How
Yes.
are we announcing today's winners?
Zach is spinning the wheel momentarily, and we'll find out in a moment.
All right. So soon we'll know the winners for the pair of tickets, Sixers Bulls, March 25th. Also the spot in Knockout. And we are also giving away a $50 gift card to Rita's Water Ice. When we finally have warm weather, go ahead and enjoy yourself at Rita's Water Ice. You could even when it's not nice out, but I know how it is. If it's 70 degrees, water ice sounds pretty nice, especially the first one.
The first mango of the season?
And the first 70-degree day feels like 90.
It was nice last Saturday, and I went into the city. Everyone and their brother was out in the city.
Connor told me he was dodging people left and right.
It was out of control. I mean, it was great, though. I was like, thank you. We all came out of course, we went right back in on hibernation because it snowed, but it was still fun.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of walking around the city, somebody said on our YouTube chat, I think it was MBD, that an unwritten rule, if you're walking, do not come to a complete stop.
Put the phone down. Oh, yes. That's a good one. You're walking and there's someone just stops and I'm like, what's happening? Why are we stopping?
If you need to come to a stop,
you go over to the side.
Go to it's not that hard. I see it all the time.
People behind you.
I when I went to Temple, I used to run, me and my Rocky training montages. I used to run to the art museum, and so I would just run down Broad Street, and people would just stop. The other thing is, don't blow cigarette smoke into a person's face like that.
Ew.
That could lead to assault. Don't do that. Don't do that either. All right, go ahead. Do we have our winners?
I'm getting it right now. One moment.
Okay.
Maybe a drum roll or anything.
All
but
right.
I do have another unwritten rule for you, though.
All right, what do we got?
Next unwritten rule is someone, I don't even know how this is even an unwritten rule. It should be written. I was at a bar once, and a guy next to me brought in a little Bluetooth speaker and played music the whole time.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, this is society.
I don't know.
This is society. Like, honestly, like we do. It's unfortunate that we might actually have to come up with like legitimate rules for this because this is kind of embarrassing at this point. By the way, real quick before we do Ask Me Anything, and we announce our winners, Diana Rossini.
What does she report?
The Eagles are holding firm on their steep asking price for A.J. Brown. While the New England Patriots have poked around on it, the Los Angeles Chargers are another team keeping tabs on the situation per sources. The Chargers are drafting in the lower 20s, like 21 or 22. I'd be if the Eagles could get. Wow.
Right.
So the Patriots still keeping tabs, Chargers keeping tabs. She also said that the Rams made a call But then they moved on because of the asking price. Oh, by the way, I would not trade him to the Rams. I'm not here, NFC Championship contender.
They need more help.
Take A.J. Brown. No.
They need more help offensively?
You can play with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Yeah, sure, go for it. No, that would never happen. You're trying to make yourself better and also not let your opponents get better. All right, what do we got, Sean?
All right, our winner for the Fanatic knockout tournament and the Sixers game is Ian Thomas from Philadelphia. And our winner for the Rita's gift card is Jason Smith from Sicklerville, New Jersey.
Congratulations to you both. Thanks for being a part of the show. It's been a fun show all week long. I've had a lot of fun. Connor and John will be back on Monday. But before we get out of here, let's do Ask Me Anything.
All right. First up from Karate.
There's an intro.
There is now?
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's okay.
It's a don't ask me anything. Blah, 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 blah. It's all right.
Matt Menard worked hard on it.
It's all right. Yeah,
I wasn't here last Friday.
Flip off Matt Menard. That's what you pretty much did.
I'm sorry, Matt. All right. Well, I don't even see where it is.
We all laid out for it. We're like, Sean's like, all right, let's do it.
Yeah,
Sean.
it happens.
That's all right.
Look, you had a strong
Listen,
day.
It was a really good
3
day.
hours. You
Okay?
did a great job.
Really good job.
All right. So
He's like, okay.
small venue show or a stadium concert, which do you like better?
Oh, that's a good question.
That is actually a really good question.
Gosh, both have their merits. I would probably, something about a big stadium show and having like everybody with you is fun. I've seen shows at the Ryman, which anybody who's been to Nashville is a tremendous venue, very small, very intimate. But I like a good like stadium. Like I remember going to see like U2 a long time ago, and I thought, wow, this was like a really like awesome experience.
Well, here's the other thing: the big stadium show normally means bigger performer.
Generally, yeah.
Like in today, because they're all trying to make a boatload of money.
Generally.
I love being in a small bar and it's live music.
Yes.
My favorite bar in the city, I talk about all the time on
that's
Sansom.
great.
Love it
Great
there.
spot.
The paid professional like jazz string players that are just jamming out and you're sipping a cocktail and eating some good food.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I love that. What else we got?
Found the music for you.
Thank you.
Next up is Joe the Cynic checking in saying, Amy was not moving Tippett for Quinn Hughes, the Flyers' first misstep of this regime.
Oh, that really does look pretty bad in hindsight. And it looked bad initially, but it was there was a couple of missteps in this regime. I think giving some of the contracts out even right now are a little bit questionable.
Maybe they'll get McDavid today. The trade deadline's at 3:00. I don't know. Maybe they get
for
McDavid.
the whole team.
Yeah,
we'll give you everyone. We will have one
would
player
do that.
and Dan Vladar, and we'll just go with that. And actually, I don't hate the idea.
Yeah, let's just make it
That's a
happen.
good one. Yeah, that.
All right, Amy, I need you to go back to pre-childhood days. First warm weather day. What was the Amy Fadul move? I asked Connor this question the other day.
Like before I had children, not before my childhood, which would have been infancy.
Before you had children, when freedom existed a little bit more.
My go-to?
The first warm weather day, you're like, all right, let's do it.
Day drink at For Pete's Sake, which is one of my favorite bars. Love that spot. Shout out For Pete's Sake, Front and Christian, and sit outside and enjoy because it's a great spot to people watch because there's a park across. So people
cool.
bring there, but great people, great food. Love that spot. Day drink there. And
All
I could
right.
walk there.
I
then just
like that
see where
one.
the day took us.
All right. Sean, what else?
Amy, do you have anything that is in a tradition for opening day?
I do have a tradition for opening day, one that I've started since I've had Shawnee. We've gone every year. He's 11 years old. We've gone every single year together to opening day, including when he was 6 months old.
Wow, really?
Every single year. So even the COVID year, we went to whatever deemed opening day.
Sure.
For that 2021 season where you had to be like really far apart and they had all these seats roped off. Anybody that went to those games knows it was actually really great.
I've said it before.
It actually didn't suck.
As horrific as the timing
It was everything else was awful.
Everything sucked.
But being able to go up and get your water ice and everything, there was no lines.
My wife and I did the Sunday plan. And was she pregnant that year? Probably not. I forget. Who knows? Time escapes me.
Exactly, we did.
But it was like the gaps.
Yeah, you
right?
had these big gaps.
So she and I sat next to each other. I was able to put my arm like this. I had my feet up on the row in front of me.
Because there's no one in front of you?
As horrible as it was in society at the time. Not going to lie, go to a ball game.
The worst thing. But yes, we've gone every single year, and we will be going this year. I pick them up early out of school now. We go.
That's awesome. All right, Amy, thank you very much
Thanks
for
for
coming in
having
as
me, guys.
always. You'll be back next Tuesday, Tuesdays with Amy. John Kincade will be back on Monday, as will Connor Thomas. Sean Bray's rocking the USA. USA, who is it? Oh, he's got the
I like
Harper
that.
USA jersey. That first pitch, 8 o'clock, man. I'm past the days of going out, dude. I'm sitting on
We're
my
locked
couch,
in.
locking
World
in,
baseball.
8
I like
o'clock.
Sean's wearing that
Sean,
jersey.
great job the last 2 days.
Good job,
Thank
Sean
you.
Rodman.
Connor will be back on Monday as well. Everybody have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you then. See ya.